Chapter 601. The Celestial Ascension fruit wasn't a rare herb. Even in Suzuku, although it wasn't very common, it could still be found. The fruit was only the size of a baby's fist. It was purplish-red and emitted a strange fragrance. If a person ate it, they would feel extremely excited, as if they were walking on clouds. This was why it was called the Celestial Ascension fruit. If a mortal ate this fruit, they would be very reliant on it, but for cultivators, it didn't have this effect. However, there were some cultivators who enjoyed eating this fruit and didn't want to pull themselves away from the feeling of floating in the air. In a mortal world, those with power would often pay a great price to trade for a Celestial Ascension fruit from the cultivators and immerse themselves in the illusion of becoming an immortal. Wang Lin looked around. The place was endless, and it was filled with Celestial Ascension fruits. Wang Lin wasn't very interested in the fruits. At this moment, the skeleton arm with the wrist guard suddenly broke through the restriction and entered the area. The skeleton emitted a black glow that turned into a thick demonic aura that filled the area. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at the arm. He touched his bag of holding, and a celestial sword appeared in his hand. Su Ligua inside the celestial sword immediately let out a groan. After his plan to betray the sect failed, he had been very careful. When he saw Wang Lin take out the celestial sword, he immediately made up his mind to earn some merit this time. He had followed Wang Lin for many years, so he was very familiar with Wang Lin's personality. He thought to himself, as long as I earn some merit, this fiend won't think about what happened in the past. The celestial sword let out a series of hums. The sword was a proud and aloof object, the leader of all weapons. However, at this moment, the hums from the celestial sword were filled with a hint of filthy intent. After the black skeleton appeared, it grabbed at the air and easily sent out the demonic wind. Wang Lin was already prepared. His eyes released a red glow as he swung the celestial sword with the intent to slaughter. A ray of sword energy flew out, and the celestial sword turned into a sword dragon that chased after the sword energy. Under Su Ligua's control, the celestial sword swept out like a dragon. With a powerful momentum, it slashed down on the skeleton and began to fight with it. The skeleton didn't seem to care about the celestial sword at all. The moment the sword closed in, it reached out to grab it. However, the moment the skeleton touched the celestial sword, the arm seemed to be made of ice and grabbed a brand, causing a sizzling sound. Inside the celestial sword, Su Ligua let out a proud laugh. He spun the celestial sword and was about to pull it out from the skeleton. However, just at this moment, the wrist guard on the skeleton released a dense amount of demonic energy that entered the celestial sword through the skeleton. Su Ligua was shocked and wanted to break free, but the skeleton was like a pair of iron pincers that held on to him. Wang Lin coldly looked at everything before him. The moment the demonic aura came out from the wrist guard, he pointed forward with his right index finger and softly said, "Demonic finger." This finger wasn't the celestial spiritual energy inside his body, but the demonic spiritual energy that was roaming the world. Using his ascendant cultivation to activate the demonic finger, Wang Lin could condense the power of the world into this finger. Unlike the death energy from the finger of death, the demonic finger released demonic energy. At this moment, Wang Lin's right index finger seemed to turn into a giant vortex that sucked in all the demonic spiritual energy from the world. In the blink of an eye, a black glow appeared on Wang Lin's fingertip. This black glow seemed to be able to devour light. After it appeared, the area was surrounded by demonic energy. With a flick, the black glow charged toward the skeleton like lightning. It was too fast, and in a flash, it landed on the skeleton. There was a series of cracking sounds as the skeleton collapsed, and Su Ligua immediately withdrew his sword. The moment the skeleton shattered, a rune flashed on the wrist guard. The moment the rune flashed, the black skeleton immediately spread out like a ripple that covered an area of 10,000 feet and formed a black ring of light. The area within 10,000 feet was immediately sealed by a demonic energy, forming a cage. Then the rune on the wrist guard flashed once more. This time, a ding-dong sound came from the wrist guard. It was like the sound of nature and echoed within the surrounding 10,000 feet. All of this happened in an instant. The ding-dong sound echoed. This sound was several times stronger than the demonic wind. As it echoed, the clarity Wang Lin's heart of slaughter immediately showed signs of loosening. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he took a step forward and arrived in the air. His right hand formed a seal that turned into a palm, and he slammed it toward the wrist guard. The moment his palm touched the wrist guard, a monstrous demonic flame rose from the wrist guard. The demonic flame turned into a black shadow the size of a fist. This shadow had a single horn on its head and was completely black. After it appeared, a disdainful smile appeared on the corners of its mouth, and it suddenly opened its mouth and let out a fierce howl. Wang Lin's origin soul trembled, but the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. His right hand didn't stop as it slammed down on the wrist guard. At this moment, the shadow on the wrist guard let out another roar. This roar was several times more intense than before. This powerful sound wave formed a series of sonic booms that echoed between the wrist guard and Wang Lin. If this was it wouldn't be a big deal. The real attack was on the origin soul. Under this demonic roar, Wang Lin's origin soul once again showed signs of flying out his body. His heart of slaughter was about to collapse. The shadow on the wrist guard revealed a gloomy expression and let out another roar. Wang Lin bit the tip of his tongue. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His right hand reached out like lightning and grabbed the wrist guard. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged like crazy. The moment his celestial spiritual energy entered the wrist guard, the demonic roar disappeared. However, the shadow moved through Wang Lin's right hand and entered his body. It turned into waves of demonic spiritual energy that charged toward his origin soul. Demonic dance. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the wrist guard as he descended from the sky and sat down in the lotus position. The demonic spiritual energy in his body flowed through his meridians, creating waves of illusions that directly shook his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked down at the celestial ascension fruits around him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, and all of the celestial ascension fruits separated from the branches and floated into the air. There were at least 10,000 of these celestial ascension fruits. It was as if half of the sky was covered by these purple-red fruits. At this moment, the demonic spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's origin soul began to float out of his body. Wang Lin's expression was dark as he put his hands together. Suddenly, the 10,000 celestial ascension fruits in the sky shattered. The juices inside were squeezed out and mixed together. They continued to condense, and condense. In the blink of an eye, the juices inside the 10,000 celestial ascension fruits merged into a single drop, a drop of red liquid that looked like blood. Wang Lin looked at the drop of red liquid without hesitation. He grabbed it with his right hand and threw it into his mouth. As soon as the drop of red liquid entered his mouth, Wang Lin's body trembled. The strange feeling inside the celestial ascension fruits increased exponentially. It was like a series of thunder exploding in Wang Lin's mind. Under this powerful stimulation, Wang Lin's mind was in a state of extreme excitement. He suppressed this excitement and turned it into motivation for his body. His origin soul, which was about to leave his body due to the disturbance from the demonic spiritual energy, was forced to stop at this moment. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and blue veins popped out on his face, as if he was enduring extreme pain. "Get the hell out of here!" Wang Lin let out a roar, which turned into a thunderous roar that spread out in all directions. A black shadow was forced out from his right hand. However, the black shadow was not willing to give up. When it was halfway out, it let out a howl and struggled to merge back into Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. The strange power inside the celestial ascension fruits surged through his body and turned into an unimaginable motivation. Despite the pain, he also felt an intense pleasure. The pain was forcefully suppressed by him, and the pleasure was similarly suppressed by him. After a frenzied suppression and compression, these two feelings turned into an unimaginable explosive force. "Get the hell out of here!" Wang Lin raised his head and raised his hands. His body exploded with a powerful force that forced the black shadow out of his body. The moment the black shadow was forced out, Wang Lin's eyes turned blood red. He charged forward and grabbed the black shadow. All the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged out and poured into the black shadow. The black shadow let out a miserable groan and its body collapsed. It turned into threads and escaped from between Wang Lin's fingers. It reformed 100 feet away and viciously stared at Wang Lin. However, at this moment, Wang Lin completely ignored this gaze. The power of the celestial ascension fruits inside his body was about to explode. Under this stimulation, Wang Lin took a step forward and pointed forward without any hesitation with his pinky finger. Underworld finger. With his ascendant cultivation, Wang Lin used the underworld finger to summon the domain of his origin soul. This finger contained the cycle of life and death and all of Wang Lin's will. This finger, under the stimulation of the celestial ascension fruits, allowed Wang Lin to reach his peak. One finger caused the world to lose color. This underworld finger was infinitely close to a low-quality celestial spell. Large amounts of space collapsed and shattered in the sky. One finger meant life and death. The single-horned black shadow revealed a look of disbelief. It let out a scream and was about to escape, but the finger arrived. The black shadow's body trembled and immediately collapsed. Boom! An angry roar came from the armor inside the black tower in the ancient battleground. A powerful will rushed out like crazy and merged with the void. The finger was withdrawn, and the 10,000-foot restriction disappeared. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the wrist guard. The wrist guard was filled with devilish energy and wanted to break free, but Wang Lin's right hand held it tightly. He spat out a mouthful of origin energy, and the moment it landed on the wrist guard, it turned into a spiderweb-like restriction that sealed the wrist guard. He casually threw the wrist guard into his bag of holding. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were still red. The power of the celestial ascension fruits hadn't dissipated, and a powerful battle intent appeared in his heart like crazy. This battle intent was very strong and couldn't be suppressed. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the celestial sword flew into his hand. Suligwood didn't dare to make sound. Wang Lin's current state made his heart tremble. Chapter 602. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he looked down at the ground below him. The amount of celestial ascension fruits he had absorbed was only 10% of the total amount here. At this moment, his left hand reached down, and with the power of Ascendant, the earth shook. Countless celestial ascension fruits flew toward him. Nearly 100,000 celestial ascension fruits were all put into his bag of holding. At this moment, Wang Lin could no longer suppress the battle intent and killing intent in his heart. He let out a roar and was about to leave. Just at this moment, a cold snort filled with anger came from the void. It landed directly on Wang Lin. Wang Lin was startled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. When he landed on the ground, he raised his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent and battle intent. Injuries were unavoidable, and that cold snort came from his body. Normally, Wang Lin's mind would have been injured and he would have immediately teleported away. However, at this moment, there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Not only did the injuries in his body not decrease Wang Lin's battle intent, it made him even more crazy. He slapped his bag of holding and popped a huge handful of medicinal pills into his mouth. Then he stamped his foot down and shot forward. Although he was in a state of madness, he still had his divine sense. As soon as the cold snort reached him, he could vaguely sense the direction in which it had come from, and began to fly madly in that direction. Kill! At this moment, the only thought in Wang Lin's mind was to kill. The killing intent that was erased from his body when he turned into a mortal erupted like crazy under the stimulation of the celestial ascension fruits. The fiend from back then, the fiend that caused the hearts of the Sea of Devils and the country of Zhao to tremble, had awakened and returned from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body turned into a meteor. He flew across the sky like a burning meteor toward the direction that his divine sense sensed. Another cold snort came from the Black Tower in the ancient battleground. This snort was filled with disdain and killing intent. The cold snort echoed out as Wang Lin flew through the air. Wang Lin coughed up another huge mouthful of blood, and the madness in his eyes grew even more intense. He slapped his bag of holding, causing nearly 100,000 immortal ascension fruits to fill the area. Without hesitation, Wang Lin made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the 100,000 celestial ascension fruits crumbled one by one, turning into juice and fusing with each other. The 100,000 celestial ascension fruits were refined into a single drop. Staring at this drop of demonic red liquid that could make a person collapse, Wang Lin swallowed it in one gulp. The moment he swallowed the demonic red liquid, Wang Lin felt as though his entire body was about to explode. The speed of his blood circulation had reached its limit. It was an unprecedented level of battle intent and madness. He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, and a wine gourd appeared in his hand. This wine gourd was the one he obtained from the cave, and it contained 10 drops of celestial liquid. Without hesitation, he picked up the jug and took a gulp. This gulp contained 4 drops. The moment the celestial liquid entered his body, celestial energy rumbled through his meridians like countless bolts of thunder. An unimaginable amount of celestial energy instantly circulated through his meridians. His meridians couldn't handle it. If it wasn't for the fact that his meridians were strengthened after he reached the ascended stage and that he was catalyzed by the ancient demon, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. Wang Lin seemed to have gone crazy. His hair floated in the wind as he charged forward. The armor inside the Black Tower emitted a ghostly light, and a divine sense echoed. Is this person crazy? If he really finds his way here and damages the armor I'm possessing, he won't be able to come here. A killing intent came from the tower and merged into the void. This killing intent instantly locked onto Wang Lin from the void. The celestial energy inside Wang Lin's body surged. When the killing intent arrived, his body trembled, but the battle intent in his eyes became even more crazy. With a roar, the celestial energy inside his body seemed to explode, causing his speed to increase even more. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a ball of fire. Every time the person inside the Black Tower extinguished it, he would start burning again. It wasn't that Wang Lin wasn't injured. On the contrary, he was heavily injured from the continuous attacks from the person inside the Black Tower. However, his origin soul was stimulated by the celestial ascension fruit. Unless he died, this stimulation wouldn't disappear in a short period of time. Under this stimulation, no matter how serious his injuries were, he wouldn't care. The celestial energy inside his body became even more violent after being stimulated by the 4 drops of celestial liquid. At this moment, there was only one thought in Wang Lin's mind, and that was to kill. The divine sense inside the Black Tower became even angrier and continued to attack. If it was anyone else, they would have already died, but at this moment, with the strange combination of celestial energy and the celestial ascension fruit, he actually didn't die. This person's physical body had already died, and his origin soul had already collapsed. However, under the effect of the celestial ascension fruit, his origin soul didn't dissipate. Under the violent celestial energy, his physical body didn't shatter. Die! There was a hint of fear in the divine sense. Seeing Wang Lin's current state, even he couldn't help but have a bad feeling. In his eyes, this Wang Lin really seemed to have gone crazy. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have sucked him in. The thought of death in the divine sense charged into the void and landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although his eyes were a little dim, they were immediately replaced by fighting spirit and killing intent. Silent destruction. As he flew, Wang Lin let out a beast-like roar. The silent destruction finger absorbed the aura of all living things, causing all things to wither and transform into its power. At this moment, Wang Lin used the power of silent destruction under this crazy consciousness. A wave of silent destruction spread out from his body and merged with the heaven and earth. He was in midair, and all the plants on the ground below him withered. As Wang Lin flew rapidly, the withering of the earth quickly spread. Plants, birds, beasts, everything died. This scene was like hell. There was a strong sense of shock within the strangeness. Their deaths turned into strands of white gas that caught up to Wang Lin and entered his body. The white gas quickly healed Wang Lin's collapsing origin soul and body. In the fire demon country, Zishu was sitting on a war horse. He was wearing a blue robe and had a large sword on his back as he coldly looked into the distance. Behind him were 30,000 demon soldiers. The Delu sword sect's 12 swordsmen were scattered. Zishu was one of the 12 swordsmen and was at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. He had already obtained the position of a commander in the fire demon country, and he was leading his demon soldiers to meet up with his senior brother. As he was walking, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. He saw a meteor flying toward him. His eyes narrowed, and his expression immediately changed. Ascendant cultivation. He quickly lowered his head and retreated to his demon soldiers. He didn't want to provoke this person, and he could see that this ascendant cultivator seemed to be a bit crazy. What terrified him even more was that wherever this person went, the earth would wither and be absorbed by this person. Fortunately, this person wasn't going the same way as him, or else Zishu would have turned around and stayed far away from this person. Wang Lin didn't even notice the demon soldiers. The only thing he could see was battle and slaughter. At this moment, the cold snort filled with killing intent and anxiety came once more. This time, it was even stronger than before. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His body was about to shatter, and his origin soul was about to collapse. Along the way, all the vitality from the withered earth was absorbed into his body to nourish his origin soul and body, allowing him to slowly recover. On the ground, the Delu sword sect Zishu stared at Wang Lin in the distance. When he saw Wang Lin cough out a mouthful of blood, his eyes suddenly lit up. This person must be seriously injured. Although his aura is strong, if he coughs out blood while flying, then he must be seriously injured. This person was able to reach the ascendant stage, so he must have a lot of magical treasures and even some cultivation methods. More importantly, if I refine this person and use his ascendant origin soul to feed it to my sword spirit, the sword spirit's power will increase greatly. There was a flash of killing intent in Zishu's eyes, but it immediately dimmed. This person is, after all, an ascendant cultivator. However, if I let go of this opportunity, who knows when I will meet another seriously injured ascendant cultivator. I'll risk it all. Zishu's eyes lit up once more. Kill. Zishu's body moved and turned into a shadow as he charged at Wang Lin in the sky. The demon soldiers behind him received the order and quickly moved forward to set up a formation. A killing intent locked onto Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with battle intent, and he was very sensitive to killing intent. He turned his head and saw the 30,000 demon soldiers on the ground, and Zishu charging at him in the sky. His mouth revealed a gloomy smile as he changed directions and charged at Zishu. He was too fast, so in an instant, he arrived next to Zishu. Zishu's expression changed. He didn't expect Wang Lin to not run, even though he was seriously injured, and instead charge at him. He let out a gloomy snort as his hands formed a seal and the large sword on his back flew out. The moment the large sword flew out, Wang Lin appeared. His right hand grabbed the sword and threw it behind him. While Zishu was startled, Wang Lin passed by Zishu. The moment Wang Lin's right hand passed by Zishu, he touched his shoulder. Zishu's body trembled and immediately withered. Even his origin soul withered. In the blink of an eye, his origin soul turned into a life seal and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't stop at all. He charged toward the 30,000 demon soldiers on the ground and began a crazy slaughter. Blood dyed the earth, and souls returned to the sky. One after another, life seals appeared and fused into his body. After 15 minutes, the ground was covered in blood. Wang Lin's figure flew into the distance. On his body, the 30,000 life seals turned into endless life force. Every time one of these life seals disappeared, Wang Lin's body recovered a bit. At this moment, the life seals quickly dissipated, but his body was rapidly recovering. The anger of the divine sense in the ancient battlefield's black tower became even stronger. This person has absorbed a large amount of celestial ascension fruits. Under the effect of anesthesia, he isn't even afraid of death. My attacks have clearly killed him many times, but because of that crazy will, he didn't die. Instead, his battle intent became stronger and stronger. That's not all, but this person has the ability to absorb the life force of all things in the world for his own use. Along the way, his injuries are rapidly recovering. If he continues like this, he will definitely come here one day. It was a rare sight in his life, and the divine sense emanating from the armor began to feel regret. Chapter 603. The moment Wang Lin flew away, Zishu's body completely withered and lost all signs of life. However, there was a faint flash of golden light between his eyebrows. Zishu's origin soul had already collapsed, so his body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The gap between him and Wang Lin was too big, so he didn't even have time to use the sword energy his teacher gave him before he died. A violent madness brewed inside Wang Lin's body. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body moved violently through his meridians and origin soul. Adding on the stimulation from the celestial ascension fruit, his battle intent was monstrous and his killing intent was endless. His eyes were bloodshot, and he took a step forward in midair. Rumbling sounds echoed, and it was as if he was crushing the sky with a single step. Just like that, he took large strides forward like a shooting star. He was very far from the ancient battlefield. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with killing intent. This attracted the attention of a lot of people in the demon spirit land. Among these people were cultivators and demon generals of the fire demon country. As long as they didn't provoke Wang Lin, they wouldn't be noticed by Wang Lin. However, if someone wanted to kill him, Wang Lin would instantly notice it with his terrifying sensitivity. As long as someone wanted to kill, Wang Lin wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Far away from planet Tianyun, there was a private planet called the Mo Territory. There was a person on this planet who called himself the Mo Ancestor. This person's cultivation had reached the illusory stage of the Ascendant stage. With his cultivation level, he was more than qualified to enter the demon spirit land. However, aside from his head disciple, the other two had all entered. At this moment, two young men wearing gray were rapidly flying in the fire demon country. The two of them were the Mo Ancestors' direct disciples. As they flew, the eyes of one of them suddenly shone brightly. He looked into the distance. He could clearly sense that there seemed to be an ancient, ferocious beast in front of him. It gave off unimaginable killing intent as it charged in their direction. This person's expression changed, and he shouted, "Junior brother, quickly retreat." With that, the two of them quickly moved to the side. At this moment, a meteor-like figure flew over. It flashed by the two of them. Ascendant. This person's pupils shrank. Senior brother, he seems to be injured. Beside this person, his junior brother stared at the figure filled with killing intent and suddenly sent a voice transmission. An Ascendant cultivator must have a lot of treasures on him. If we can obtain his demon crystal. His senior brother's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated. Senior brother, you and I are both at the late stage of soul transformation. If the two of us join forces, we might not have much confidence, but if we use treasures, as the two of them were talking, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and slowly turned his head. His blood-red eyes stared behind him, and he muttered, "There is killing intent." He suddenly took a step back and charged toward the two senior and junior apprentice brothers. When the two of them saw Wang Lin return, Their expressions changed, and they quickly scattered. However, Wang Lin was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to his junior brother and pointed at him with his right hand. The young man's expression changed greatly, and he was terrified. When he saw Wang Lin's gaze, his heart trembled. This gaze was too terrifying. When a young man saw Wang Lin's finger, he felt like he couldn't resist it. It was as if this finger represented the heavens. Wang Lin's finger landed between the young man's eyebrows at an unimaginable speed. The young man let out a miserable groan as his body withered and fell from the sky. His origin soul instantly collapsed and turned into a strand of killing intent along with the essence of his body. It came out of his mouth and nose and flew toward Wang Lin. This scene was too fast. It was so fast that the senior brother didn't even have time to react. When he recovered from the shock, his body trembled, and he didn't hesitate to use teleportation. His body stepped into the void. Wang Lin took a step forward and broke through the void. His right hand turned into a claw and grabbed forward. His fingers seemed to be able to penetrate the void and forcibly pull out the young man who had teleported into the void. The young man's face was pale, and he quickly said, "I am Imo Zudi." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's claw squeezed, and the young man's body immediately collapsed into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. His vitality turned into gray gas and flew toward Wang Lin. After killing the two of them, the red light in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger, and his battle intent became even stronger. He suddenly rushed forward and flew into the distance. As Wang Lin flew, the earth continued to wither, and all living things died. Whether it was plants, birds, or beasts, they all turned into white light that nourished Wang Lin's body. It was as if he came from the demon realm or hell as he devoured all life. Wang Lin flew in a straight line across the entire fire demon country, and everything along this line withered. As Wang Lin moved through the fire demon country, a large amount of people died. This was a humiliation and provocation to the country, so dozens of demon generals were sent out to kill this evil cultivator in their eyes. The location of the encirclement was at the border between the fire demon country and the sky demon country. This place was called 10,000 Demon Mountain. The 10,000 Demon Mountain was covered in thick fog that lingered for a long time. There were two cities on both sides of the mountain. One was the fire demon country's Tiani City, and the other was the sky demon country's Melting Fire City. At this moment, 100,000 demon soldiers were ready to go inside Tiani City. More than 10 demon generals were standing outside the city and looking into the distance. There was one person in the middle of them. He was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. Killing that cultivator is not difficult for us, and with the vice commander-in-chief here, killing him will be even easier. A demon general beside the middle-aged man smiled. Although he was smiling, his expression was filled with respect. The demon general beside him laughed and said, "That's right. With the vice commander-in-chief here, we can easily turn that person to ashes." The middle-aged man calmly said, "All of you, finish this quickly. After killing that cultivator, I'll leave." The middle-aged man calmly said. Although his expression was gloomy, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. As a vice commander, his status was extremely noble. He would never have asked him to leave the capital city just because of a cultivator. He originally had to go to the Sky Demon Country for a private matter, but just as he arrived, he received an order from the Fire Demon Country's Demon Emperor to stay here for a few days and lead the demon generals to kill a cultivator. He felt very helpless about this arrangement. In his view, there was no need to send so many people to kill a single cultivator. It was simply too troublesome. At this moment, he pondered a bit and asked, "Are you sure this person will pass through here?" "Vice Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. We have already sent out a lot of people to investigate. This person is going in a straight line, and he will definitely pass through here." "Vice Commander-in-Chief, this subordinate has a bit of doubt. Out of the 10 people we sent out to investigate, only 3 died and not all died. This is quite troublesome. That cultivator seems to have some kind of hobby when it comes to killing people." As the demon generals talked, The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a hint of impatience, and he said, "A mere ascendant cultivator who is seriously injured dares to be arrogant in my fire demon country? All of you, finish this quickly." The more than 10 demon generals around him immediately revealed a cold gaze and looked into the distance. One of them, wearing green armor, stepped forward, clasped his hands at the middle-aged man, and said, "Vice Commander-in-Chief, this subordinate is Dong. I'm willing to go out and kill this person." The middle-aged man nodded. Demon General Dong took a step and flew into the air. He turned into a ray of green light and charged toward the approaching Wang Lin. Dong's eyes became cold and revealed a hint of killing intent. He wanted to kill this person beautifully before the Vice Commander-in-Chief. If he could obtain the Vice Commander-in-Chief's recognition, he would be able to rise rapidly. An injured early-stage ascendant cultivator. My demonic energy is already close to 300,000. Although I'm not confident in fighting a real ascendant cultivator, you are seriously injured right now. Killing you won't be difficult. Killing intent. As Wang Lin flew, a monstrous red light appeared in his eyes. His battle intent and killing intent filled his mind. Income or stop. As Dong flew, he suddenly let out a loud roar. With this roar, he used almost all of his demonic energy, and it was for the sake of intimidating them. His roar was like thunder, and the 100,000 demon soldiers in the city cheered. In an instant, a thick killing intent filled the sky. The middle-aged man on the city wall revealed a hint of admiration and thought, "This Dong is not bad. He knows how to use his power to suppress others." Dong was rather complacent as he sensed the aura in the surroundings. However, he didn't know that the murderous aura in the surroundings had opened a bloody door that led to hell. This powerful killing intent was instantly detected by Wang Lin's terrifying senses. This killing intent was too powerful, so under its impact, Wang Lin's already crazy battle intent erupted countless times more. His body didn't stop and charged forward. Dong let out a cold snort and was about to use a spell. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and a red glow came out from his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. The finger of death instantly turned into a ray of black light that was several tens of feet wide. Dong didn't even have time to dodge before he was surrounded by the black light. His body visibly withered and eventually collapsed. At this instant, the 100,000 demon soldiers on the ground suddenly stopped shouting. Silence. A strange silence surrounded the area. The eyes of the middle-aged man on the city wall suddenly narrowed. For the first time, he revealed a serious expression. "Kill." In this silence, Wang Lin threw his head back and let out a roar. Streams of killing intent rushed out from his body and turned into dragons. In the blink of an eye, the more than 30,000 streams of killing intent he had just absorbed were all released. At this moment, Wang Lin was surrounded by more than 30,000 dragons, as if a demon had descended. "Listen to my order. Use the formation to destroy the enemy." A loud roar came from the mouth of an old demon general. The 100,000 demon soldiers on the ground immediately moved out. The moment the 100,000 demon soldiers moved out, the 30,000 streams of killing intent surrounding Wang Lin's body rapidly descended. A reign of terror began. Chapter 604. The saying that 100,000 demon soldiers could destroy an ascendant cultivator was true, but this ascendant cultivator wasn't referring to Wang Lin. If a normal ascendant cultivator met 100,000 demon soldiers, even if they used spells to kill them, it would still take a lot of celestial spiritual energy. This was especially true when the demonic spiritual energy of 100,000 demon soldiers gathered together and was released through a formation, allowing them to battle against an ascendant cultivator. However, at this moment, Wang Lin had already gone crazy. He wasn't even afraid of death, so why would he care about these demon soldiers? His celestial slaughter art grew through slaughter and obtained vitality through slaughter. Moreover, Wang Lin's origin soul was filled with celestial ascension fruits, and a large amount of celestial spiritual energy flowed through his body. How could he be stopped by 100,000 demon soldiers? If there were 5 times more demon soldiers, Wang Lin would definitely lose. But now that he was facing 100,000 demon soldiers, he wouldn't lose. Slaughter energy rushed into the demon soldiers like crazy. As waves of miserable screams echoed, the demonic spiritual energy of 100,000 demon soldiers gathered together and turned into an illusionary scorpion. This scorpion was formed by demonic spiritual energy and was extremely large. The scorpion's tail gave off a demonic glow, and when it moved, it looked like it could shatter the void. On the city wall, the middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy, and he said, "Go and kill this person." The demon generals beside him didn't say a word and immediately charged toward Wang Lin. More than a dozen powerful killing intents were immediately detected by Wang Lin. His eyes lit up red as he charged out and pointed forward with his right pinky. Underworld finger. He used the underworld finger with his ascendant cultivation. This finger was the underworld river, and as his origin soul and domain fused together, this finger contained the power of life and death. As he pointed forward, it was as if countless bolts of lightning were flashing across the sky. Then a large river appeared in the sky. This river was muddy, and there were countless broken limbs floating inside. There were also many ghosts struggling inside the river, and all sorts of human faces were displayed inside the river. As Wang Lin waved his right pinky, waves were set off in the river, and they fell from the sky. It was like a flood that rushed forward. Wherever this river went, all living beings were sucked into it. The water of the yellow springs poured into the blue sky, and the heavens and earth became turbid. The cycle of life and death began. This Yellow Springs River was formed after Wang Lin's nascent divinity fused with his will. It took him 10 years to comprehend it. This river was not controlled by the heavens and earth. It was formed by Wang Lin's own Tao. He comprehended the cycle of reincarnation, and after 10 years of enlightenment, he used the Yellow Springs finger to create this endless Yellow Springs River. As soon as the demon generals charged out, they were immediately washed away by the yellow springs descending from the sky. Cries of astonishment could be heard from the mouths of the demon generals. They could not believe that the young man before them was this powerful. A divine ability wrapped around all the demon generals. They couldn't see through this divine art, but someone could. The expression of the middle-aged man on the city wall changed drastically. He subconsciously took a few steps back as disbelief filled his eyes. This is impossible. This person is only an ascendant cultivator. How could he have such a terrifying Tao? He actually used his own Tao to create a river of underworld river. This kind of cultivation has already reached the edge of the second step. Using his Tao to create the Yellow Springs River and creating his own cycle of reincarnation. This was Wang Lin's biggest gain after going against the heavens and reaching the ascendant stage for 10 years. This Tao was originally a vague concept in Wang Lin's mind. After all, 10 years of comprehension was too little. However, after being stimulated by the celestial ascension fruit, his mind reached an unimaginable peak. Combined with the crazy amount of celestial spiritual energy inside his body, this allowed the vague concept in his mind to become solid for the first time. For him, this was the most important step in his cultivation. When he took this step, he truly had his own Tao. From now on, he would no longer cultivate the heavens, the earth, the celestial, or the soul. He would be a cultivator. A cultivator. The Yellow Springs River swept the earth and brought more than 10 demon generals back. The demon generals inside struggled like crazy. Their combined strength caused the newly formed Yellow Springs River to loosen a bit. Wang Lin's eyes lit up red as he turned into an afterimage and stepped into the Yellow Springs River formed by his Tao. As he stepped into the Yellow Springs River became as stable as Mount Tai. Those who want to kill me, enter my Yellow Springs River and enter my cycle of reincarnation. The heavens will not care about you. Wang Lin's voice echoed out as his Tao entered the Yellow Springs River and turned it into the power of reincarnation. The Yellow Springs River was pushed back and disappeared. The more than 10 demon generals also disappeared. The scorpion formed by the demon soldiers inside the city also collapsed. 30,000 strands of slaughter energy took away one life after another and brought back strands of gray gas. This gray gas moved toward Wang Lin as he walked toward the city. It was as if the gray gas had turned into a gray cloak. This cloak was very large and covered the earth. The middle-aged man on the city wall had a pale face and his lips were dry. He continued to retreat. The man before him gave him a feeling that he couldn't resist. My cultivation level is the same as this person's early-stage ascendant. However, this person is seriously injured. I was confident I could kill him, but now I don't even have 10% confidence. This person already has his own Tao. That Yellow Springs River is too terrifying. The Demon Emperor left me here, but he harmed me. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and retreated madly. Without any hesitation, he took out a fist-sized, pitch-black beast bone from his bosom and crushed it. The moment the beast bone shattered, a gust of black smoke surged out and wrapped around the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. Then, the black smoke teleported away with him. This black bone was a transfer item that allowed one to return directly to the capital. It was extremely precious, and only a commander-in-chief could have it. The red light in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He waved his right hand, and the 100,000 strands of slaughter energy formed by the demon soldiers behind him, adding on the 30,000 strands of slaughter energy from before, a total of 10,000 strands of slaughter energy from Sure San charged out. At the moment the middle-aged man disappeared, Sure San's 10,000 strands of slaughter energy quickly chased after him. There was an extremely luxurious transfer array in the capital of the Fire Demon Country. Only Commander-in-Chief could use this transfer array. The Fire Demon Country's Yanjing's chief steward was sitting on the side and quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a smile. The transfer array had opened, so he knew that a Commander-in-Chief had returned. I wonder which Commander-in-Chief has returned. He stood up and looked at the transfer array. However, his expression immediately changed greatly as he stared at the transfer array in a daze. Within the flickering light of the spell formation, a withered corpse fell from the void with a bang. The corpse's dim eyes were open as if they were filled with unwillingness. The death of a vice commander-in-chief was a big deal for any country in the demon spirit land. The angry roar of the Fire Demon Country's Demon Emperor echoed across the capital. Investigate. Find out where this cultivator is and kill him. No matter what his identity is, I'm going to kill him. Wang Lin left the city that was at the border with the Sky Demon Country. He took 100,000 strands of slaughter energy with him. The power of the celestial ascension fruit inside his body was still there. Not only did the continuous slaughter not cause his battle intent to dissipate, it became even more intense. His killing intent became even stronger. He turned into a ferocious meteor as he flew over the Thousand Demon Mountain and charged toward the place he felt the aura coming from. During this period of time, that cold snort never appeared again. Wang Lin's body had recovered after being nourished by the creatures on the earth. With the help of the slaughter energy, he was moving toward his peak. Inside the pagoda in the ancient battleground, there was a ghostly glow coming from the armor that was missing a wrist guard. There was an old man kneeling before it. This old man was wearing black. He was the person who saved Hu Pao back then. I'll give you 3 pieces of devil armor. Stop him and don't let him step onto the battlefield. As his divine sense echoed, a wrist guard, a breastplate, and a shoulder guard flew out. As soon as the 3 sets of armor flew out, they transformed into black threads that burrowed into the old man's clothes and slithered along his skin. Numerous black tattoos appeared on the old man's body. The tattoos wriggled as if they were alive, and when they finally stopped, a set of black armor appeared on the old man's body. This armor was very simple, but it was filled with a monstrous devilish flame. Inside this devilish flame, a shadow the size of an arm appeared. This shadow had a single horn on its head, and it was exactly the same as the one Wang Lin destroyed. After it appeared, it immediately drilled into the space between the old man's eyebrows. The old man seemed to be enduring extreme pain. His veins popped out, and his pained voice echoed out of the pagoda. After a long time, the old man's body trembled. His eyes flickered with a ghostly glow as he respectfully said, "I'll obey the order of the devil's servant. Go." The ghostly glow on the armor was slightly dimmer. There was a hint of exhaustion in the old man's divine sense. The old man didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked out of the pagoda. He looked into the distance and pondered for a moment before shouting, "Demon guards, step forward." The moment he said that, a violent gust of wind swept across the ancient battleground. The wind was extremely cold, and it felt like the ground was going to freeze. The gust of wind circled around the old man and turned into a woman wearing armor. There was a tattoo on the woman's face that extended to her entire body. However, the tattoo was blocked by the armor, making it impossible to see it completely. After she appeared, she knelt down on one knee and softly said, "Demon Guard Feng Yin here." If Wang Lin was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman was very similar to the demon general, Xiao Yan. Shortly after, the earth trembled and a series of popping sounds came out. The ground 100 feet away from the old man shattered, and a black arm suddenly reached out. A skinny old man crawled out from the ground. He lay on the ground like a wild beast. He tilted his head and looked at the old man with a sinister grin. "Demon Guard Earth Demon here." At this moment, numerous souls filled the air in the distance, and their howls rose and fell. These souls blotted out the heavens and the earth, forming a dense black cloud, and there were no less than 100 million souls within it. The black cloud formed by the soul fragments was in the shape of a funnel, and below it was a gloomy young man. The roars of the large amount of soul fragments behind him echoed. "Demon Guard Hu Pao here, asking for monthly votes, asking for tips, asking for recommendations, asking for advertising, and asking to be a newcomer. If all 4 requests were met, they would be given a ticket to the renegade immortal sect. They could bring their wife along. In addition, they would bid for the names of the ancient demon and the armored man. They needed to hurry up. These 2 were bosses. Just think about how cool it would be if their names were on the bosses." Chapter 605. After passing through the 10,000 Demon Mountain, Wang Lin got closer and closer to the location of the person who let out the cold snort. A few days later, an endless wasteland appeared before him. This wasteland was filled with corpses, the ground was cracked, and an unpleasant smell was carried by the wind. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. Over the past few days, the effects of the celestial ascension fruit had invaded his mind. His senses had increased countless times and would explode at the slightest provocation. At this moment, the only thought in Wang Lin's mind was to kill. His body moved like lightning as he charged toward the wasteland. Just at this moment, popping sounds came from the wasteland. Shortly after, a yellow spike shot out from the ground toward Wang Lin. The moment the mud thorns appeared, countless more came out of the ground. They were like ferocious needles that shot out like crazy. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin was surrounded by thorns. Wang Lin's divine sense was very sensitive. At this moment, he didn't retreat. Instead, celestial spiritual energy exploded out from his body and turned into a vortex that destroyed all the spikes. A black figure suddenly jumped up from the ground and landed on a thorn in the distance. This person's body was skinny and completely black. His right knee was on the thorn, and he was lying on the ground. He looked at Wang Lin, who was dozens of feet away, and licked his lips. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he took a step forward and pressed down with his right thumb. The finger of death appeared and turned into a ray of black light that shot toward the skinny old man. The old man grinned. His smile was extremely sinister. Facing the finger of nirvanic destruction, not only did he not dodge, he instead opened his mouth wide. At this moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared behind him. This illusory figure was about 30 meters tall and was shaped like a cocoon. It was pitch black and had pustules on it. At the same time the thin old man opened his mouth, the cocoon behind him also opened its mouth. With one breath, the silent extermination black light was sucked into the old man's mouth. His throat moved, and he swallowed it. The moment the incense fell, the shadow behind him also seemed to be hit by the black light of nirvanic extermination. Its abdomen swelled up, and its entire body squirmed. The pustules on its body suddenly tore open, and a stench of thick water gushed out. The old man's skinny hand made a grabbing motion in the air. Suddenly, the pus spurted out by the phantom behind him materialized and condensed into a thick ball in his hand. He stared at Wang Lin and said for the first time, "Little baby, your finger is very beautiful. Little kid, your finger wind is very beautiful. I'll give you one too." As he spoke, he suddenly threw the ball of pus in his hand towards the ground. This ball of pustules was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground and shattered. The pustules flowed out and fused with the ground. In an instant, the ground within a 3,000-meter radius began to rumble and tremble. Then, a large amount of pus emerged from the cracks in the ground. In the blink of an eye, it formed a ring around them. On the outer layer of the ring, a layer of pus immediately rose into the air, forming a wall-like cage. The old man licked his lips. His body flickered, and he melted into the pus, disappearing. The moment he disappeared, the surrounding pustules began to shrink toward Wang Lin from all directions. The pustules covered the sky and covered the ground. At this moment, it rapidly shrank into a giant ball. Outside the ball of pustules, the old man's figure appeared. He gloomily stared at the rapidly shrinking ball of pustules and said in a hoarse voice, "Feng Yin, this is none of your business. A mere cultivator dares to come here and cause trouble. He will not survive my heaven's pus earthly sore." A cold wind swept by, and the woman with the tattoo on her face appeared 100 feet away from the old man. She coldly looked at the ball of pustules that had shrunk to 100 feet and coldly said, "If this person was so easy to kill, Master wouldn't have let us come out. Oh, then I want to see how this little cultivator can escape from my heaven's pus spell." The skinny old man grinned, but his smile immediately froze. When the ball of pustules shrank to 30 feet, it immediately stopped. A powerful killing intent and battle intent penetrated the ball of pustules and spread out. This killing intent caused the surrounding weather to become cold and a cold wind to blow. This battle intent was mixed with the killing intent, causing the skinny old man's pupils to shrink. Just at this moment, a muffled rumble of thunder came from the ball of pustules. At this moment, a ray of sword energy split open the ball of pustules and charged out from inside. This sword energy was heaven-shaking. As it flew by, the world was filled with sword energy. The celestial sword appeared, and beside it was a treasure sword. This sword had the soul of a black, evil goat on it. Next to these two swords was a half-moon blade. This blade hummed and gave off a gloomy aura. Behind these three weapons was Wang Lin with his long hair fluttering. He walked out from the ball of pustules that had been split in half. His eyes were red and his battle intent, and killing intent fused to form a strange light. The skinny old man looked over and his heart trembled. This person's gaze is a bit terrifying. The moment he stepped out, the three weapons before Wang Lin charged out. They turned into 3 rays of light and shot toward the old man and the woman. The woman's expression was gloomy as she retreated and disappeared without a trace. The black half-moon blade let out a hum. Then its body flickered and it disappeared into the air as well. In the sky, waves of muffled groans and the sound of metal colliding could be heard, turning into a series of sounds that quickly echoed in the surroundings. The old man's eyes became cold. He didn't even look at the 3 weapons. His hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Soar!" The earth trembled. With the old man as the center, the ground in an area of 10 feet around him trembled, and at the same time, rings of light appeared. The rings within those rings of light continued to increase, and they rapidly swelled up. This scene was like a sore that grew on a person's face. However, at this moment, the sore was growing on the ground. The old man roared, "Explode!" At this moment, his aura was like a rainbow. With the word explode, the sword growing on the ground suddenly exploded. Suligwa walked out from the celestial sword and cursed at the skinny old man. Explode your head. The old man blindly controlled the celestial sword to sweep toward him. His eyes were filled with impatience as his right hand reached out to grab the celestial sword. In his view, catching the sword with his body wasn't difficult at all with his cultivation level. When Suligwa saw the old man reach for him, he secretly laughed. Not only did he not dodge, but he even slowed down, waiting for the old man to catch the sword. The moment the old man's hand grabbed the celestial sword slashed down. The old man let out a miserable groan as all 5 of his fingers were cut off and blood flowed out. What kind of sword is this? The old man was startled and quickly retreated, but the celestial sword chased after him. As for the sword that turned into the evil goat, it went around the celestial sword and charged at the old man from behind. As the crater on the ground shattered, 100-meter thick pus shot up into the sky, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. Wang Lin's body was filled with celestial spiritual energy as he stood in the air and walked toward the old man who was fighting the 2 swords. The old man let out a roar, and the cocoon shadow appeared behind him again. Just as he was about to use the celestial technique, Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived above the old man. His blood-red eyes stared at the shadow, and his right hand reached out. Strands of slaughter energy rushed out and entered the shadow. His right hand squeezed and pulled back. With a tearing sound, the cocoon shadow was pulled out from behind the old man. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he threw the cocoon into the void behind him. Then his right hand mercilessly reached out. With a bang, the cocoon-shaped phantom was crushed by him after he threw it out. A large amount of pus sprayed out, and a muffled groan came from the void. Feng Yin's body appeared from where the cocoon exploded. Her face was pale, but her eyes were even more gloomy. Beside her, the black scimitar quickly stabbed forward. Feng Yin waved his right hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. When the dagger collided with the scimitar, a metallic sound came out. The scimitar was immediately shaken back, and Feng Yin also took a few steps back. She was fighting the half-moon blade when she was knocked back by the cocoon explosion. She didn't know if Wang Lin had already noticed this or if it was a coincidence. After crushing the cocoon, the old man coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's thumb pressed down, and the destructive black light appeared again. This time, the black light rushed out like crazy. This black light was too fast and very close to the old man. As soon as it appeared, it landed in front of the old man. The old man's face was pale, and he opened his mouth. The black light entered his mouth, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it penetrated through his back. Just at this moment, Feng Yin threw the dagger in her hand. The dagger and the half-moon blade entangled. She took a step forward and turned into a cold wind. She went straight toward Wang Lin, who had his back facing her. The speed of the wind was very fast. As soon as the wind moved, it had already arrived. Wang Lin didn't look back. Instead, his right hand reached into his storage bag, and the soul lasher suddenly appeared in his hand. The long whip was completely black and exuded a soul-trembling aura. The moment Feng Yin arrived, the soul lasher suddenly moved. A "pa" sound came from the void, and Feng Yin let out a miserable cry. Her body disappeared from the void. There was a red whip mark on her face. For the first time, her eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, she didn't want to kill her enemy. She wanted to quickly retreat. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind had been stimulated by the celestial ascension fruit. He had long lost his own consciousness and was relying on instinct. Feng Yin wanted to retreat, but since she could entangle with the half-moon blade, her speed was naturally very fast. As soon as she retreated, she disappeared without a trace. Without thinking, Wang Lin directly pressed his palm forward. A huge palm suddenly appeared in front of him. The nameless palm that shocked Mo Lehigh back then had appeared. Wang Lin's slaughter energy was automatically contained inside this palm. The wind suddenly rose, and the palm chased after the retreating Feng Yin at an unimaginable speed. Feng Yin's body trembled as the slaughter energy entered her body. With a bang, her flesh and blood collapsed. A cool breeze swept by. Wang Lin's long hair fluttered in the wind as he walked into the distance. Beside him, 3 weapons whistled through the air. On the ground, there was a pile of minced meat and a dried-up corpse, leaving behind endless death energy. Chapter 606. Inside the Black Tower, the dark light on the armor flickered like never before, and there was actually a sliver of fear within this flicker. This kind of thing had almost never happened in countless years. That palm print. It's him. Could it be that this person has some connection with him? Could it be that he has also come here? The panic in his divine sense was extremely strong. Originally, with his mental fortitude, his mind definitely would not show such panic. However, the figure of that person in his mind was too terrifying, too frightening, to the point that even with his cultivation level, when he thought of it now, his heart would tremble. Although there are many deviations in this person's palm print, it is 70% similar to that person's mystical power. Is this a coincidence, or? Wang Lin! A loud shout rumbled down from the horizon. This was the shout of a person, but similarly, it was the shout of hundreds of millions of souls fused together. This voice rumbled down, forming a series of sonic booms. The weather changed because of it, and it was as if this voice was the only thing echoing in the air. Wang Lin's origin spirit, which had been invaded by the celestial ascension fruit, actually became a bit clear-headed after hearing this voice. Although his eyes were still red, at this moment, there was a rare hint of clarity. He turned around and looked behind him. There was a black cloud in the horizon that was whistling over densely. This black cloud was formed by countless souls. These souls were all full of soul power, and as they roared, waves of terrifying fluctuations spread out. Under this black cloud, a young man dressed in black walked through the air step by step. This person's appearance was ordinary, but a dense hatred surged in his eyes. He stared at Wang Lin, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Wang Lin, do you still recognize me?" A clear look appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at this person and said in a low voice, "Hu Pao, you still recognize me?" "Wang Lin, today I will personally kill you." Hu Pao laughed madly. As he laughed, the soul cloud in the sky trembled, and a powerful pressure spread out from the countless souls, enveloping the heaven and earth. "Wang Lin, you never would have thought that I, Hu Pao, would have such a day. Back then, you were an undefeatable existence in my heart, but now in my eyes, you are like an ant." Hu Pao stared at Wang Lin, venting the hatred he had accumulated for over a decade. He was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted to vent. "Indeed, I never would have thought." Wang Lin's voice was still calm. "Back then, you abandoned me in 13. Do you know how much pain we suffered? Especially me. That commander crushed all my meridians and broke all my bones. I was tortured and humiliated in that black prison. Where were you at that time? When I called out to you countless times, hoping that you would come and save me. Where were you? In your mind, 13 in the commanding department are just chess pieces. What a joke that 13 is still in the dark and doesn't know your true colors." Hu Pao crazily shouted. The hundreds of millions of souls in the sky seemed to feel his excitement and roared as well. Thankfully, the heavens have eyes and didn't let me die. Instead, they gave me a new life and allowed me to meet my master. Here, my necromancy art has reached a major success. Every day I cultivate, I can summon over 100 million souls. Today, in my eyes, you will die without a doubt. However, I won't kill you so easily. I'll seal your soul in your body and throw you into the dark prison, the cruelest prison in the 9 counties. You'll be humiliated there, but you won't be able to seek death. After that, I'll extract your soul and put you in a soul banner to torture you every day." Hu Si viciously stared at Wang Lin. A trace of ridicule flashed across his eyes as he said, "Have you ever thought that there would be a day when someone would use the divine ability you passed down to kill you? I wonder if you've ever tasted the feeling of 100 million souls devouring your body. After collecting your soul, I'll return to the soul refining tribe and turn everyone there into soul fragments. Husi's body trembled. This trembling was caused by excitement, and he began to laugh like crazy. Wang Lin pondered for a long time and then slowly said, "So you hate me this much?" "Hate? Of course I hate you. I, Husi, will not be ordinary in this life. With this soul refining art and these hundreds of millions of souls, I'll definitely stand at the peak of the demon spirit land. You aren't worthy of being my master, even if you were once. You must die." Arrogant laughter came from Husi's mouth. At this moment, he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. The power of these hundreds of millions of souls was very powerful. In particular, these hundreds of millions of souls were all heroic souls from the ancient battleground. None of them were weak, and some of them were even at the level of a demon general. As a result, it was even more terrifying. With this soul flag in my hand, aside from the master who saved my life, who can stop me? No one can stop me. 100 million souls is nothing. My goal is 1 billion, 10 billion. I want the 10th country to appear in the demon spirit land, and the first demon emperor of the 10th country will be me. Husi. Wang Lin calmly looked at Hu Pao and slowly said, "So the reason you want to kill me is only half hatred. The other half is that you want to kill everyone in the world that knows the soul refining spell. That way, no one will be able to use the same spell as you and steal your soul. Right?" Husi stared at Wang Lin and revealed a grim smile. "You are indeed worthy of being my master. Without an anchor, you treated me as a chess piece and taught me the soul refining art. Even if I hate you, I won't hate you that much. However, in the dark prison, I understood why you can be my master. Why others are angry at me because they don't like you. Is it because you're strong? What if I become stronger in the future? That's why from the moment I was saved, I swore that I would become stronger, surpass you, and then kill you." Wang Lin faintly shook his head. He carefully looked at Hu Pao and said, "To be able to cultivate to your level in 10 years of time is something I've never seen before. Even the daughter of the heavens can't compare to you at this point." Originally, I was still a little puzzled. Although your talent is excellent, and you're even a little better than Red Butterfly, who I met back then, it is impossible for you to cultivate to this level in just a dozen years. Moreover, you are unable to accommodate and control so many souls. However, I now understand the reason behind all of this. You must have cultivated a cultivation method that stimulates your potential and life force. You will reach a peak in a short period of time, but this peak will only last for a short period of time. I'm afraid it won't even last a day. Shut up." Husi's expression was ferocious. He pointed at the sky with his right hand, and immediately, a black fog separated from the soul cloud. It turned into millions of souls, and with a point of Husi's finger, they charged straight at Wang Lin. "I'll let you see what 1 million souls look like. I'm afraid you've never seen 1 million souls in your entire life." Husi laughed wildly. The conversation between the two of them was heard clearly by Su Ligua. He looked at Husi and thought disdainfully in his heart, "This brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Your grandpa, Su, has betrayed you many times, but he has never succeeded. If he can make it, I won't be surnamed Su in the future. I'll be surnamed Hu, and I'll be called Hu Ligua." Betrayal is a very terrifying thing. It requires brains, especially betrayal. How can it be as simple as you think it is? Wang Lin raised his head and quietly looked at the sky. The millions of souls turned into black fog and charged at him. He had not seen this scene for a long time. The black mass of souls roared ferociously, as if they would not be satisfied until they were completely devoured. They madly pounced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sighed softly. He extended his right hand and pressed it towards the sky. A rune flashed in his palm. The millions of souls suddenly paused at the instant the incense arrived. They all stared at the rune without moving. This scene was too strange, and even Husi was startled. That's not how the soul refining technique is used. Wang Lin said softly. He waved his right hand, and the millions of souls revealed expressions of respect in that instant. In the minds of these souls, Hu Si was the master. However, after seeing the rune in Wang Lin's hand, they immediately understood that the person before them was the true master. This is impossible. This is impossible. The connection between the millions of souls in Hu Si's mind suddenly disappeared. He was startled for a moment. Then a ferocious expression appeared on his face as he roared, 100 million souls devour. The moment he said this, the endless black clouds in the sky crazily pressed down. More than 100 million souls immediately charged out. At this moment, the world seemed to be occupied by souls, and there was no beginning and no end. Hu Si's expression was ferocious. It was as if he could see Wang Lin about to be devoured. More than 100 million souls charged at him. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out from his body and swept the area. The flaw he had left in the soul refining technique in the past was immediately revealed. Anyone who cultivated the soul refining technique that Wang Lin taught Wang Lin would have absolute control over all the souls. The 100 million souls trembled at the same time. Their eyes were filled with respect as they surrounded Wang Lin, forming a black cloud. In contrast, Hu Si's eyes were blank. There was not a single soul around him. This violent change, this strange scene, caused Hu Pao's mind to go blank. Although your soul refining technique has been modified by someone to make it more flexible, without the true inheritance and tens of thousands of years of refinement, how could the foundation of the soul refining technique be changed so easily? Wang Lin was the direct inheritor of the soul refining technique. The soul refining sect reigned supreme in the soul refining sect. Although the soul refining technique was not an earth-shattering technique, it had been studied and improved by countless generations of people in the soul refining sect for tens of thousands of years. How could it be reformed by someone in just a dozen years without any inheritance? Hu Si's benefactor could not do it. If it was the armored person, perhaps he could, but he would not waste his energy on such a small matter. Impossible. How could this be? Benefactor clearly told me that he had already fixed the flaws in the technique. Why? Hu Si's blank eyes suddenly revealed madness. He stared at the souls around Wang Lin and roared, "Souls, return!" His voice was even a little torn, but the souls around Wang Lin did not even look at him. They surrounded Wang Lin and were extremely respectful. "Souls, return!" Hu Si roared madly, but the souls still lingered around Wang Lin. Hu Si was so furious that his body swayed, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. For more than a decade, he had refined souls day and night, and his confidence had slowly grown. When the 100 million souls gathered, he believed that he could pierce through the heavens and become an expert. He could definitely kill Wang Lin and replace him. However, at this moment, all of this was for nothing when he faced Wang Lin. More than a decade of hard work was handed over to Wang Lin. This anger burned his body until it was on the verge of collapse. "Wang Lin, I'm going to kill you." The veins on Hu Si's face bulged, and he became completely crazy. At this moment, he seemed to be even crazier than when Wang Lin ate the celestial ascension fruit. Because he had hope. When that hope was destroyed, he would be even more disappointed and even crazier. Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. He waved his right hand and sighed. "You betrayed me because of me, so I'll let you see the true power of the soul flag before you die." The 1 billion soul flag flew out from his bag of holding. With a shake, the 100 million souls in the surroundings trembled and quickly fused together. In the blink of an eye, the 100 million souls turned into one soul. This soul was crystal clear and threw a punch at Hu Si. When the punch landed, Hu Si's body trembled, and even his soul was shattered into pieces. Wang Lin let out a sigh and waved the 1 billion soul flag in his right hand. The 100 million souls were all absorbed into the flag. His clear eyes revealed a hint of struggle as he stared ahead. From this position, he could see a black tower in the distance. Under the tower stood an old man wearing black armor. He was also looking at him. Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the old man and landed on the Black Tower. He could feel a dense, demonic energy coming from the Black Tower. This was real demonic energy, and it was clearly different from the demonic energy produced by a person who cultivated demonic energy. After becoming sober, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. This demonic energy was very strong, and the person inside the tower was a powerful cultivator. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His origin soul hadn't completely fused with his body yet. He still needed half a month before he could fuse his origin soul and body into one. Only then would he be able to truly stabilize his ascendant stage. The celestial ascension fruit is too tyrannical. Not only did it stop this person, it also made me enter a state of madness I've never experienced before. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he stared ahead. The old man in black armor took a step forward. This step caused the ground to tremble, and the tremble even reached Wang Lin's feet. Late stage of ascendant. This person's cultivation level. No, this person's real cultivation level isn't this high. It's the armor he's wearing. The clarity in Wang Lin's eyes began to struggle once more. The celestial ascension fruit's madness was counterattacking. It was trying to replace Wang Lin's divine sense and make him fall into madness once more. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he let out a cold snort. He suppressed the madness from the celestial ascension fruit once more and pointed at the sky. A large river appeared and flew across the sky. Shortly after, his left hand pointed to between his eyebrows. A ray of golden light moved from between his eyebrows to the tip of his left hand. Ling Tianho's sword energy appeared. The black-armored old man's eyes lit up, and he stopped. Today, the celestial renegade had reached 2 million words. This was the first time Wang Lin had reached 2 million words, and he was very excited. From last June until now, 10 months had passed in a flash. Thank you, everyone, for your support. In these 10 months, the celestial renegade's results have been very good. This is all because of everyone here. The first 2 million words are over, and the second 2 million words won't be far away. Up until now, the story of the celestial renegade is only halfway done. Everyone, don't worry, I haven't forgotten the first 2 million words. In my outline, there will be more plots in the next 2 million words. I was so excited that I drank a bottle of beer. Chapter 607. The black-armored old man frowned slightly, and his eyes shined brightly. His gaze first looked at the underworld river in the sky. After pausing for a moment, his gaze fell on Sword Saint Ling Tianho's sword energy. This time his eyes shined brightly as he stared at the sword energy and took a deep breath. This underworld river formed from Tao does have a spell, but it is only at its embryonic form, so it's not powerful enough. However, this sword energy is very strong, very strong. The person who can release this sword energy must be a peerless powerhouse. I'm afraid he has already reached the 3rd stage of the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Wang Lin has taken out both of his ultimate skills, the Underworld River and Ling Tianho's sword energy. His goal is not to fight this person, but to shock him. Wang Lin was now sober and had suppressed the madness from the celestial ascension fruit. At this moment, he had regained his sanity. The old man before him was not someone he could deal with, not to mention the mysterious existence inside the Black Tower. The black-armored old man withdrew his gaze from the sword energy and looked at Wang Lin. He silently pondered. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the sound of the underworld river flowing could be heard. This sound spread out and turned into ripples. Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly charged out from the tower behind the black-armored old man. Where did you learn that palm strike? The divine will transformed into a bolt of lightning that echoed out in all directions. The moment this voice appeared, the earth shattered, but stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He remembered that it was this voice that caused him to be seriously injured countless times along the way. If not for the killing intent and slaughter intent, he would have already died. Wang Lin said, I learned it from the celestial realm. The powerful divine sense muttered, celestial realm. Yes, he did go to the celestial realm back then. Wang Lin retreated. He was no longer affected by the celestial ascension fruit, and now that he had calmed down, he was sweating profusely. Capture him. I want him alive. The divine sense returned to the pagoda and disappeared. The black-armored old man didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped out like a bolt of lightning toward Wang Lin. With his late-stage ascendant cultivation, his hands formed a seal in the air, and he shouted, "Wind!" With that one word, a hurricane immediately appeared out of nowhere. As it swept across, the earth shattered inch by inch, turning into countless gravel that was sucked into the hurricane and charging towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He took a few steps back and pointed his right hand at the sky. The yellow river of Tao suddenly poured down like a yellow river from the sky, sweeping over. As the tornado closed in, it was blocked by the yellow springs. Under the power of reincarnation, it was immediately pulled into the yellow springs. You already have your own Tao at such a young age. You are indeed not simple. The black-armored old man's voice was calm. He formed a seal with his right hand and pointed to the sky. Lay! As the old man shouted, the sky suddenly became filled with dark clouds. These dark clouds were shaped like ugly demon faces. After the word lay came out, the sky rumbled and a hole appeared in the dark clouds. A bolt of black thunder descended from the sky with a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he raised his left pinky without hesitation. He stared at the roaring bolt of thunder and pointed it out. Underworld finger. Wang Lin couldn't afford to be careless with this thunder spell. He had heard Situ Nin mention that among cultivators, thunder spells were the most difficult to learn. Unless one had a powerful spell, it would be extremely difficult to learn. This was because thunder was the might of the heavens, the power of the heavens. How could a mortal use it? Under the command of the underworld finger, the underworld river began to churn. The entire river moved along with Wang Lin's finger, and the underworld river was pushed back. It carried the power of reincarnation and shot toward the black thunder in the sky. An earth-shattering rumble echoed across the sky. The underworld river began to collapse, but the black thunder also quickly dissipated. Finally, after a third of the underworld river collapsed, the thunder dissipated. What a good Tao of your own! The black-armored old man sneered as he pointed with his right hand and shouted, "Rain!" The dark clouds in the sky suddenly shrank, and drops of black rain fell from the sky. These drops of rain were like arrows that shot toward Wang Lin. Late-stage ascendant cultivation is indeed not something I can fight, but if you want to kill me, it won't be so easy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a step and entered the underworld river. After entering the underworld river, he turned into the underworld river. He was Tao. He was the underworld river. A third of the underworld river that had collapsed turned into a giant wave the moment Wang Lin stepped in. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a yellow dragon. Where Wang Lin stood was where the dragon head was. The dragon head lifted up and let out a roar. This roar was the roar of the underworld river, Wang Lin's heaven-defying Tao. This was the roar of Wang Lin as he raised his head. As the roar echoed, the black rain falling from the sky suddenly stopped and shattered into strands of black gas. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with black gas. What a good Tao incarnation, but unfortunately, your Tao can't even withstand one blow from me. The old man doesn't have a Tao, but the old man's armor has its own Tao. The old man's expression was calm as he sneered and opened his arms. His body flew into the air, and he shouted, "Wind!" A violent wind appeared once more and formed a giant vortex in the sky. This was a wind vortex, and the moment it appeared, all the black gas in the sky was sucked in. "Rain!" The old man shouted once more. With one word, drops of black rain appeared from the wind vortex. These drops of rain were formed by demonic energy, and their power was extraordinary. Thunder. With a thunderous rumble, another bolt of black thunder appeared from the dark clouds in the sky. The moment this bolt of thunder appeared, black lightning moved like crazy along with the surrounding raindrops. At this moment, The black thunder was in the middle, and the countless raindrops were connected by the lightning. It was like a net of lightning that spread across the sky. Thunder. The old man's voice seemed to suppress the thunder. The black thunder, the raindrops, and even the vortex descended toward the ground at lightning speed. Wang Lin raised his head. This battle was the peak of his life, something he had never experienced before. Fighting a late-stage ascendant cultivator while at the early stage of ascendant. Unless something heaven-defying happened, he would without a doubt lose. Wang Lin clearly knew this because he had that heaven-defying item. Ling Tianho's sword energy was that heaven-defying item. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. 100 million soul fragments rushed out like crazy. After they appeared, they didn't fly into the sky, but quickly entered the underworld river. 10,000 soul fragments all entered the underworld river. Under the stimulation of the celestial ascension fruit, I was able to transform the underworld river into Tao. Now that I'm awake, I can also form the soul of the underworld river. 100 million soul fragments fused into the underworld river and condensed into one soul. This soul was the soul of the underworld river. The underworld river that had a soul moved when the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning descended. Wang Lin's origin soul spread out, and his Tao entered the underworld river. At this moment, his origin soul let out a roar, and the underworld river charged out from the ground. With the soul fragments inside, the underworld river seemed to become intelligent. It was like a yellow dragon that was going to devour the wind, rain, thunder, and thunder spell. At the same time, Shursan's 10,000 strands of slaughter energy rushed out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows and entered the yellow dragon. At this moment, the underworld river was filled with killing intent. This was the real Wang Lin's underworld river. It contained Shursan's 10,000 strands of slaughter energy, 100 million powerful soul fragments, and Wang Lin's Tao. Everything was fused together and rushed out madly, heading straight for the old man's divine art that was descending from the sky. This was a battle at the peak. The black thunder whistled, the raindrops carried with them electricity, and the whirlwind increased its power. It directly collided with the yellow springs. At this moment, the sky changed color, and a loud rumbling sound came from the sky, reverberating continuously. The ground trembled, and cracks appeared crazily. At this moment, the entire ancient battlefield seemed to have been torn apart, and the sky above it seemed to have been shattered into pieces. This battle was a battle between heaven and earth. As the earth was lifted up, a large amount of soul fragments flew out. These soul fragments were individually strong and hadn't been refined by Hu Pao. The moment they flew out, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the 1 billion soul flag in his hand trembled. The soul flag turned into a black cloth that covered the sky. As it swept out, countless soul fragments were sucked into it. They turned into strands of black gas that shot toward the underworld river. As the world shook, the black-armored old man's expression was gloomy. He looked deeply at Wang Lin and shook his head. This wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell is the weakest of my spells. Now you will see the Tao on my armor. Demonic Tao. The old man wiped the armor on his chest, and the armor immediately began to squirm strangely. Strands of black demonic aura quickly flew out of the armor and condensed in front of him. A scythe emitting monstrous demonic energy appeared before him. The demonic aura on the scythe was extremely dense, and it seemed to contain some sort of law that transcended heaven and earth. Its appearance immediately caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space, which then rapidly dissipated. This scythe wasn't completely corporeal. It was constantly changing between corporeal and corporeal. There were also sizzling sounds coming from the scythe. The moment the scythe appeared, the old man revealed a painful expression as if he was enduring unimaginable torture. The single-horned devil shadow that had burrowed into the old man's body gradually appeared. This devil shadow's expression was the exact opposite of the old man's. It was extremely comfortable. The devil's shadow completely came out from between the old man's eyebrows and entered the scythe. At this moment, the scythe seemed to become alive and charged at Wang Lin. In the sky, the underworld river continued to collide with the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world as the scythe closed in, leaving behind a long trail of demonic energy. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he raised his right hand. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's sword energy condensed at his fingertip. Ling Tianho loved swords. He created the 4 small worlds and refined them into 4 sword gods. He was a powerful cultivator on planet Tianyun who was as famous as Tianyunzi. The power of his sword energy was unimaginable. Chapter 608. The sickle was formed by the black-armored old man's own devilish energy. He wasn't a real devilish person, so his devilish energy wasn't pure, so the devilish blade he formed wasn't perfect. However, the devilish shadow between his eyebrows was a clone of his devilish soul. With this devilish soul, even ordinary iron could be turned into a devilish blade, not to mention this sickle that was formed by devilish energy. The devilish soul entered the sickle and turned it into a devilish blade. It also contained the demonic Tao. No one knew which was stronger between Ling Tianho's sword energy and the devilish blade that contained the demonic Tao. The sword energy from Wang Lin's index finger flashed, and Ling Tianho's sword energy shot out from the tip of his finger. This sword energy was too strong. The moment it appeared, the world paused for a moment. This pause made it seem as if time had stopped. Even the underworld river and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in the sky dimmed for a moment. The moment the sword energy appeared, the world was filled with sword energy. This sword energy was so dense that it caused the underworld river in the sky to be pushed back and enter Wang Lin's body. The 10,000 strands of slaughter energy from Sure San collapsed, and the underworld river's soul split from 1 to 100 million. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spells were the same. The black thunder collapsed, and the countless raindrops along with the thunder on them all shattered. Even the wind vortex in the sky was pierced by the sword energy and collapsed. The moment the sword energy appeared, all the spells in the world had to make way for it. They couldn't steal its momentum. This was Ling Tianho's Tao contained within the sword energy. Tyrannical. Ling Tianho was proud his entire life and walked the world with his tyrannical Tao. The tyrannical aura in his sword energy was the might of the heavens. The devilish shadow on the blade revealed a serious expression. The blade turned into a ray of black light and charged at Wang Lin. The sword energy swept by with the intent of tyrannical Tao. The moment the blade and sword energy closed in, Ling Tianho's figure seemed to appear behind the sword energy. At the same time, a giant devilish shadow with a single horn appeared behind the blade. The moment they collided, the earth collapsed and a crack appeared. The crack split the earth in half, forming a gully that quickly split open. The clouds in the sky disappeared, and the entire sky darkened. The devil's shadow behind the devil's saber had an expression of unwillingness on its face as it faded away. As it did, the devil's saber collapsed. Ling Tianho's sword energy was completely dim, and there was only a sliver of golden light. However, this sliver of golden light also contained Ling Tianho's Tao. In the instant that the demonic saber collapsed, the remaining sword chi swept out, heading straight for the Black Tower. When Wang Lin released Ling Tianho's sword energy, he retreated without any hesitation. He had to retreat. After becoming sober, Wang Lin still had lingering fear in his heart. If he allowed the madness to take over his mind and force his way into the tower, he would without a doubt die. Earlier, he was unable to retreat under the gaze of the black-armored old man, but now that he had thrown out his sword energy, this was the best opportunity to retreat. The moment the devil's saber shattered, the black-armored old man coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his body became dispirited. When he saw Wang Lin retreating, he gritted his teeth and was about to chase after him, but he immediately stopped in his tracks. His expression changed greatly, and he changed his direction, heading straight for the sword chi. Because that sword chi was heading straight for the Black Tower, he understood in his heart how important this tower was to the demonic servants. Although the old man was fast, the remaining sword chi was even faster. In an instant, it arrived next to the Black Tower. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the Black Tower. The sword chi trembled, but it didn't dissipate. The domineering aura it contained allowed the sword chi to penetrate the power of the snort and land on the Black Tower. A soft sound of surprise came from the Black Tower. At the same time, the Black Tower trembled. Although it didn't collapse, cracks appeared on the Black Tower. What a powerful sword chi! The person who released this sword chi is even stronger than me at my peak. When the black-armored old man saw that the sword chi dissipated and the Black Tower didn't collapse, he let out a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, a dense demonic energy came out from the Black Tower and entered the old man's body. The old man's armor suddenly gave off a demonic glow. His body immediately swelled up several times until he became a 30-foot-tall giant. The armor on his body also grew larger, and a black horn came out of the old man's forehead, giving off a cold glow. At this moment, the old man was no longer human. He let out a painful roar and suddenly turned around. He looked at the rapidly retreating Wang Lin with a cold gaze. "Little bastard, let's see where you can run to." As he spoke, he took a step forward and chased after Wang Lin. Success is due to the celestial ascension fruit, and failure is also due to the celestial ascension fruit. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His eyes lit up and he thought to himself, "I can only risk it." He slapped his bag of holding with his right hand, and a wax ball appeared in his hand. The wax ball had countless runes on it, and they flickered strangely along with Wang Lin's heartbeat. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and split off a strand of his divine sense into his bag of holding. After a quick scan, his divine sense locked onto a small ball that was sealed by countless restrictions. His divine sense entered the ball. Inside the restriction ball, Yao Shishue's face was red and her body was covered in sweat. Her face revealed a strange expression of pain and comfort, along with a hint of humiliation and struggle. "Yao Shishue, tell me how to use the blood soul pill. If you don't, I'll crush my bag of holding before I die. You will merge with the void and remain in your current state until your lifespan ends." Wang Lin's divine sense charged into Yao Shishue's divine sense like a bolt of lightning, causing her to wake up. However, she immediately began to struggle because the strange restriction on her body was causing her to almost collapse. Undo the restriction. I will tell you." Yao Shishue struggled to speak. She would rather tell Wang Lin everything than endure this kind of torture. Wang Lin's divine sense scanned Yao Shishue's body, and the restriction on her body disappeared. Yao Shishue let out a sigh of relief. Although her face was still red, without the source of the torture, she felt a lot more relaxed. She had never seen Wang Lin this anxious before. At this moment, her eyes turned and she was about to bargain. Wang Lin's divine sense split into two. Only one of them entered his bag of holding, and the other was still inside his body. At this moment, the black-armored old man caught up. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and a battle axe flew out from his bag of holding. This battle axe was a giant demon clan item. Wang Lin took out the battle axe, threw it out, and shouted, "Explode!" The battle axe trembled and shattered, creating a giant storm. The black-armored old man frowned and let out a snort. He waved his sleeves, and the storm created by the battle axe dissipated. Inside the bag of holding, Wang Lin shouted, "Are you going to tell me or not?" With a thought, a restriction appeared. If she still didn't tell him, then he was prepared to let her continue to struggle in pain. Yao Shishue's face was red, but there was fear in her eyes. She looked at the restriction and didn't hesitate to tell him how to use the blood soul pill. At this moment, outside, the black-armored old man swept away the storm. His right hand formed a claw and reached toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's divine sense asked inside the bag of holding once more before returning to his body. He crushed the blood soul pill in his hand, and a drop of blue blood floated out. Without hesitation, Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and squeezed out a complex rune. After the rune appeared, it immediately fused with the drop of blue blood. At the same time, Wang Lin quickly grabbed the rune and pressed it between his eyebrows. At this moment, the 30-foot-tall black-armored old man closed in. The rune immediately flew out from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin flicked it, and it flew 500 kilometers away before disappearing. After doing all of this, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. The clarity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by the crazy battle intent and killing intent from the celestial ascension fruit. Old thing, die for me. The crazed Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a ferocious roar. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the old man. The moment he charged over, a flame burst out from Wang Lin's body. This flame came from his body like a dense flame. The black-armored old man's expression suddenly changed. Instead of retreating, he retreated again. You're crazy. The old man's eyes were filled with shock. Self-destruction. The self-destruction of an ascendant cultivator. Even the old man didn't want to face the power of this explosion directly. The mysterious power from the celestial ascension fruit filled Wang Lin's body. He had already gone crazy, and his origin soul was burning. The 4 drops of celestial liquid in his body also began to boil as his origin soul burned. Wang Lin's body moved like a meteor as he charged toward the old man. The old man's expression changed, and he retreated again and again. Explode. The flames on Wang Lin's body became even brighter as he stared at the old man. His body was instantly destroyed by the celestial spiritual energy in his body. The celestial spiritual energy, along with his origin soul, turned into an unimaginable force that swept across the area. If a normal ascendant cultivator self-destructed, the old man would be injured but wouldn't die. However, Wang Lin had 4 drops of celestial liquid in his body, so the difference between them was like heaven and earth. The power of the self-destruction swept across the area like crazy. The old man was the first to bear the brunt of it, and immediately coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The armor on his body immediately turned into thin threads that formed a shield before him in an attempt to resist the power of the self-destruction. However, this shield only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it condensed into a black demonic shadow. It left the old man and flew toward the Black Tower. Without the protection of the armor and shield, the old man's body was instantly affected by the power of Wang Lin's self-destruction and collapsed. The moment Wang Lin's body dissipated from the self-destruction, he threw a punch at the Black Tower. This punch was formed by his Tao, life, and origin soul. This punch even contained his original body's ancient god intent. All of this was thrown out at the moment his body dissipated. This punch turned into a gust of wind and charged at the Black Tower. The Black Tower trembled, and the cracks left by Ling Tianho's sword energy began to spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire Black Tower collapsed. A set of armor that was missing a wrist guard quietly floated in the air. There was a burst of ghostly light from it, and a divine sense charged out. You dared to destroy my Devil Tower. Even if you are related to him, I'll still kill you. The Devil Tower was an important tool for the divine sense of the armor. Without the Devil Tower, his divine sense wouldn't be able to sweep most of the demon spirit land. After the Devil Tower collapsed, a black formation was revealed. There was a figure sitting inside the formation. This person had a head of long hair, and there were golden purple lines on his body. At this moment, the armor descended from the sky and turned into black lines that wrapped around the man's body. In the blink of an eye, the armor was on the man's body, and at this moment, the man opened his eyes. Thousands of kilometers away, a drop of blue blood appeared in the void. The moment it appeared, it quickly flew off into the distance. As it flew, it gradually changed until it formed Wang Lin's figure. To be continued. Chapter 609. The blue blood turned into Wang Lin. He reached into the void, and his bag of holding appeared. At the same time, he put on a blue robe. Then Wang Lin took a step and used several teleportations. With one step, he disappeared. Wang Lin's figure appeared countless kilometers away, and he charged directly towards Sky Demon City in the capital. After the Blood Soul pill absorbs a sliver of origin soul and blood, it can be used for a very short period of time. At the moment of death, as long as it is connected to the origin soul, it will fuse with the void. After reviving, one can use the power of the Blood Soul to retrieve everything connected to the origin soul from the void. Back then, Yao Shishua was like this. Tian Yunzi gave Wang Lin a life-saving treasure back then, but it could only withstand the power of a late-stage ascendant cultivator. Although the 30-foot-tall, black-armored old man's cultivation level was equal to a late-stage ascendant cultivator, in Wang Lin's eyes, he was far stronger. There was also the mysterious existence inside the Black Tower. As a result, even if he used the Blood Soul pill, it would be difficult to save his life. This was why Wang Lin thought about it and decided to risk it all with the Blood Soul pill. What he wanted to risk was the existence inside the Black Tower. This person was too powerful. After Wang Lin awakened, he recalled everything that had happened, and his heart skipped a beat. If it wasn't for the stimulation from the Celestial Ascension fruit, he would have died countless times under the divine sense attack of the existence inside the Black Tower. It was impossible for him to consume the Celestial Ascension fruit every day to stimulate his origin soul for the remaining 400 years in the demon spirit land. Otherwise, before anyone could kill him, he would fall into madness and lose his mind. As a result, he had to risk it all. If he didn't seriously injure or kill the existence inside the Black Tower, then no matter how far he escaped, even if he used greater teleportation, he wouldn't be able to escape the divine sense attack of this person. It was likely that once the effect of the Celestial Ascension fruit passed, the existence inside the Black Tower would attack again. At that time, Wang Lin would without a doubt die. The existence of the Black Tower had never come out from the beginning, so it was obvious that it had to stay within the tower. Thus, Wang Lin's determination was strengthened even more. At this moment, he teleported towards Heaven Demon City. He had to make two preparations. The first was over. The second was to seek help from Guyao. 10 years ago, I was delayed because I was trying to reach the Ascendant stage. Although 10 years have passed, the matter at that time is very important. I believe that Guyao won't go back on his word. Wang Lin thought to himself as he increased his speed. The remnant might of the Celestial Ascension fruit was still in his nascent spirit, and with his current strength, it would be very easy for him to erase this remnant might. However, Wang Lin did not do anything. He wanted to leave behind the remnant might of the Celestial Ascension fruit, just in case the Black Tower was not an important object, and the existence within the tower could still attack with his divine sense. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to be prepared to be a fugitive in the future. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had no enmity with the existence inside the Black Tower, and it was the other party that provoked him. However, in the cultivation world, there was no such thing as an anchor, only a matter of who was strong and who was weak. After teleporting, Wang Lin was surprised to find that the moment he used up celestial spiritual energy, it would immediately be replenished. As a result, he could use greater teleportation many times. It has to be said that greater teleportation consumed a lot of celestial spiritual energy. In the past, after Wang Lin used it, he would have to take out celestial jades to replenish it, but now he didn't have to worry about that. The moment he teleported, he used greater teleportation again. It must be that when I self-destructed, the 4 drops of celestial liquid entered my body. After I revived, they used a mysterious method to stay in my body. Wang Lin analyzed the situation and no longer thought about it. After teleporting many times, the capital of the Sky Demon Country was not far away. It could be said that Wang Lin was moving at a speed he had never experienced before. Unfortunately, I was stimulated by the Celestial Ascension fruit and lost my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left Z Shu's sword energy behind. However, I do remember where Z Shu's body is. I wonder if the sword energy is still inside his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his heart skipped a beat. However, now was not the time to go to the fire demon country. Seeing that he only needed one more greater teleportation to reach the capital of the sky demon country, Wang Lin was just about to step forward when an angry roar came from behind him. I want to see where you can run to. A burly man wearing armor stepped out 10,000 feet behind Wang Lin. He looked very dignified, and there was a ghostly glow in his eyes. A monstrous devilish energy surrounded his body. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he stepped forward. At the moment he disappeared, he looked back at the burly man, and what he saw almost caused him to exclaim, "Ling Tianho." That burly man looked very similar to Sword Saint Ling Tianho. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared 50 kilometers away from ancient Demon City. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes lit up as he thought, "It's not Ling Tianho." Although this person's appearance was similar to him, he appeared to be younger. In addition, this person doesn't have Ling Tianho's aura, and this person's appearance isn't exactly the same, only somewhat similar. Could it be? Right at this moment, the robust man in armor stepped out from the void, and he stared at Wang Lin as he spoke in a low voice. "Why aren't you running anymore?" As he spoke, he made a grabbing motion with his hand, and 5 strands of demonic energy filled the tip of his finger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly asked, "Who is Ling Tianho to you?" The burly man's right hand paused, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes that were filled with demonic qi. Ling Tianho. What a familiar name. Wang Lin quickly retreated. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Delu Sword Sect, Sword Saint Ling Tianho. Delu Sword Sect, Sword Saint." The confusion in the burly man's eyes became even stronger, and there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. Just at this moment, the shadow of a demonic soul appeared between his eyebrows. This demonic soul gave Wang Lin a vicious stare and let out a roar. With this roar, the confusion in the burly man's eyes disappeared and was replaced by the demonic flames. Wang Lin quickly retreated and shouted, "Ancient demon!" A powerful will suddenly swept out from Sky Demon City and descended before Wang Lin. "You're 10 years late." The ancient demon's voice entered Wang Lin's ears. "I'll borrow your blood." As the voice echoed, a large amount of blood came out of Wang Lin's pores. The blood condensed into the shape of a human, and the ancient demons will descended on it. Wang Lin's body trembled as he lost the majority of his blood. His face was pale as he took out a pill and swallowed it. Then he sat down in the lotus position and began to cultivate. The demonic soul between the burly man's eyebrows stared at the blood shadow before Wang Lin and screamed in a strange language, "Beilu, you dare to stop me?" The blood shadow moved and turned into a body with 2 horns on its head. Its eyes gave off a demonic glow as it looked at the demonic soul between the burly man's eyebrows and calmly said, "You're only one of the 9 scattered devils under Ancient Demon G. Why can't I stop you?" Ancient Demon G's language. Wang Lin opened his eyes and began to ponder. This chapter is not big, but my ears have tried their best. I hope fellow cultivators will forgive me. If there are monthly tickets, my ears will be even happier. To be continued. Chapter 610. The devil soul between the burly man's eyebrows stared at the ancient demon formed by Wang Lin's blood and let out a sharp cry. This cry was filled with penetrating power and ripples spread out. The devil's soul sank into the burly man's eyebrows, and the devilish flames in the burly man's eyes erupted like never before. He took a step forward, and a giant devil soul shadow appeared behind him. The eyes of the ancient demon formed by Wang Lin's blood lit up, and he casually waved his right hand. A demonic fog appeared and surrounded the burly man. It turned into a dense fog that charged into the sky. At the same time, a demonic screen descended from the sky and covered the entire Sky Demon City. In the sky outside the demonic screen, the ancient demon and the scattered devil were engaged in a great battle. Bursts of rumbles came from the sky. Sometimes there would be monstrous devilish flames, and sometimes there would be demonic energy. Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position on the ground. As he cultivated, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the dense fog and see the battle inside. This scene caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. The ancient demon's spells and the scattered devil's attacks contained the power to split the heavens and earth. When these spells entered Wang Lin's eyes, the various ancient god spells and Tu Si's memory seemed to have taken root after being buried for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. As he continued to watch, he gave up cultivating and subconsciously raised his hand. He used Tu Si's inheritance to form one strange seal after another. These seals formed by his hand were only for show and had no offensive power. However, at this moment, due to the mysterious attraction from his origin soul, an oppressive force erupted from a small, half-abandoned planet countless kilometers away from the East Demon Spirit Land. Inside this small planet, the red-haired original body suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as profound as the starry sky. The moment he opened his eyes, he raised his hand and seals began to form. The original body's red hair fluttered, and there were flashes of starlight between his eyebrows. As his hands continued to form seals, the starlight flashed even more frequently. Shortly after, the original body's hand spread out, and he softly said, "Return." As soon as the word left his mouth, the small planet he was on began to tremble. Streams of spiritual power surged out from the depths of the planet and were absorbed by his body. At the same time, in the Demon Spirit Land, Wang Lin did the same thing. He stared at the fog in the sky and slowly revealed a smile. The battle between the ancient fiends and the scattered demons allowed me to comprehend some of the ancient god arts. The benefits my main body obtained are immeasurable. This battle lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the blood loss in Wang Lin's body had been completely replenished by the circulation of celestial spiritual energy. The celestial spiritual energy in his body had reached its peak. He stared at the sky without blinking. His right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The land he was standing on suddenly turned into the Yellow Springs River. Waves of broken limbs came from it, and wails came from all over the place. Scattered demon, although I, Wang Lin, am weak, I'm not someone you can casually crush to death. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He threw it into the Yellow Springs River. The 1 billion soul flag was in the Yellow Springs River, and more than 100 million soul fragments were released. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he took out the restriction flag from his bag of holding. This flag was damaged during the divine retribution, so a lot of the restrictions on it were broken. Although not much was left, Wang Lin still threw it into the Underworld River. Next was the Celestial Sword. Although Su Ligua was very unwilling, he didn't dare to refuse. He could only sigh in his heart and think, "Forget it. I have already returned to Sky Demon City. That little beauty has waited for me for 10 years. I wonder if she has fallen in love with someone else." Thinking about this, he was thrown into the Yellow Springs River by Wang Lin. Along with him was the Half Moon Blade. There was the Soul Lasher, the Sword Sheath, and the Mo Yang Sword. Aside from the God-slaying war chariot and the mysterious scroll, Wang Lin threw almost all of the treasures he could take out into the Yellow Springs River. Countless treasures mixed together to form a very powerful force inside the Yellow Springs River. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. Sure San's 10,000 slaughter energy turned into Sure San's life seal. It instantly covered Wang Lin's body, forming a protective barrier. His eyes were still staring at the sky. At this moment, his eyes narrowed, and he didn't hesitate to jump into the air. His right hand reached down, and the Yellow Springs River was pulled out by him. The Yellow Springs River continued to condense until it turned into a ray of yellow light. Not only did this yellow light contain all of Wang Lin's treasures, but it also contained his Tao. Wang Lin charged out with the yellow light. At this moment, the burly man's armor was broken in many places, and he was forced to retreat. The demonic flames in his eyes dimmed, and a crazed roar came from his mouth. The ancient demon formed from Wang Lin's blood had a flash of demonic light in his eyes. He charged out and used spells one by one. The burly man coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated once more. Die! Ji Yao let out a roar, and his shadow quickly shrank back into his blood body. It turned into a ray of demonic light that surrounded the burly man. Under this demonic light, the devil's soul appeared between the burly man's eyebrows. It let out a sharp cry, and a ripple spread out. The demonic light paused for a moment, and the devil's soul gave the ancient demon a vicious look before returning to the spot between the burly man's eyebrows. At the same time, the burly man retreated and was about to escape. Wang Lin had been waiting for this moment. He rushed out like a meteor. The yellow light in his hand shined, and he charged into the fog toward the burly man, who was trying to leave the range of the ancient demon's demonic light. As he retreated, the burly man immediately noticed Wang Lin's arrival. There was a flash of contempt in his eyes, and he didn't care about Wang Lin at all. As he retreated, he casually waved his hand at Wang Lin. With this wave of his hand, the wind and clouds appeared. Shersan's 10,000 life seals around Wang Lin collapsed one by one. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 80,000. As they collapsed, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He forcibly arrived next to the burly man and threw out the yellow light in his right hand without hesitation. The burly man let out a cold snort, and his right hand formed a fist. He punched toward the yellow light in an attempt to shatter it. However, when his right fist collided with the yellow light, his expression immediately changed. The yellow light contained too many presences, and at this moment, it was being forcefully fused by a strand of divine sense and a will. It had actually formed a force that could threaten him. Normally, this force wouldn't be a threat, but right now, he was already injured, and after fighting with Ji Yao, he was injured again. Also, he had lost the Devil Tower, so his divine sense could only stay inside his armor. He couldn't spread it out at all and couldn't use many spells. The yellow light erupted, and the burly man's body involuntarily paused. The price of this pause was the ancient demon's light catching up and completely closing in on him. This ancient demon's light was an extremely powerful spell of the ancient demon. It could refine all life in the world, and the burly man let out a miserable groan. A large amount of devilish energy came out of his body. The moment this devilish energy came out, it was immediately refined until there was nothing left. Beilu, if you kill me, Master won't let you go. The devil's soul came out from between the burly man's eyebrows and let out a sharp cry. At the same time, he charged out from between the burly man's eyebrows and fused with the armor. In an instant, the armor fell off the burly man's body. It was surrounded by dense devilish energy and was about to charge out of the demonic light. This was what the loose devil was thinking. Although his physical body had been abandoned, as long as he didn't lose his armor, he would be able to recover one day. At worst, he could just find another physical body. Also, without a body, the devil's soul believed that with his spells, he would be able to charge out. After the burly man lost his armor, his body was surrounded by the demonic light. His eyes dimmed, and he fell from the sky. The armor surrounded by devilish energy continued to be refined by the demonic light. Almost 99% of the devilish energy had been used up before he finally charged out. He was overjoyed. As long as he charged out, he could use his spells to quickly leave. However, the moment his joy appeared, it was immediately suppressed. Wang Lin's right hand moved like lightning and grabbed the armor the moment it charged out. Wang Lin's nature was to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. How could he let this so-called scattered devil escape at the last moment? If this person were to escape today, then he would have to face the crazy retaliation of the scattered devil unless he hid inside Sky Demon City forever and never came out. Moreover, Wang Lin was certain that the ancient demon would definitely help him at the last moment. Otherwise, the ancient demon wouldn't have appeared before him. With Wang Lin's cunning, he could see through all of this. The moment his right hand grabbed the armor, Wang Lin already knew that the other party would use the Devil's Soul. The remaining power of the Celestial Ascension fruit was activated. In an instant, Wang Lin's eyes turned red, and he fell into a state of extreme madness. "You can't escape." Wang Lin's voice suddenly echoed. He pulled back the armor, and the devil's soul appeared. It stared at Wang Lin viciously and let out a scream. It charged into Wang Lin's body and charged toward Wang Lin's origin soul. At the same time, the armor turned into a black line and wrapped around Wang Lin, turning him into a suit of armor. At this moment, Wang Lin's black armor released a red glow. His hair moved without any wind. Inside his origin soul, he used the power of the celestial ascension fruit to erupt with his full potential. He began a battle with the devil soul that had lost most of its demonic energy. The demonic light dissipated and turned back into the ancient demon's blood shadow. He looked at Wang Lin with admiration in his eyes and smiled. Good plan to stimulate the origin soul to resist the devil soul. If I help you, then I'll help you. If I don't help you, then the battle from before wouldn't have happened, and these 3 days of fighting would have been for nothing. You calculated that I'd help you. Good. This is your fortune, so I'll help you. As the ancient demon spoke, he grabbed Wang Lin and picked up the burly man whose body was rotting but wasn't dead. He turned into a ray of demonic light and charged toward the dragon lake outside Sky Demon City. To be continued. Chapter 611. Outside the rank 7 cultivation planet, Planet Tianyan, Blood Planet. In the vast starry sky, a violet-robed woman was currently standing on a 9-meter-long greatsword, flying through the air at top speed. Behind her were 3 women in colorful robes, who seemed reluctant to part with her. One of the women behind the woman in purple sneered, "Slut, you betrayed the Heaven River Palace and stole the young master's treasure. Do you really think you can escape? Even though this is already Planet Tianyun's territory, Planet 5 Elements is still a rank 7 cultivation planet. You can't escape." One of the women behind the woman in purple sneered. The woman in purple clenched her teeth. Her face was pale, and the purple veil that was covering her face had long been thrown away. "You have been poisoned by the young master's insect. I want to see how far you can escape." The woman in purple had a miserable expression. The insect in her body had already flared up. She had been suppressing it the entire time and thought she could escape, but she didn't expect her sisters to betray her and attract the enemy. At this moment, she was like a lamp without oil. She could no longer suppress the insect in her body and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face became even more pale, and the sword under her feet trembled. She let out a miserable smile as she controlled the sword under her feet and charged toward a blood-red planet not far away. The 3 women behind her let out cold snorts and sped up to chase. As the blood-red planet closed in, the woman in purple broke through the atmosphere and charged toward the ground. On the ground, a blood-red pavilion appeared before her eyes. A man walked out from the pavilion. He had red hair and red eyebrows and wore a red robe. As he stood there, it was impossible to see any celestial energy on him. However, there was a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire area. He coldly looked at the woman in purple and the 3 women chasing after her. He frowned and calmly said, "Scram." The expressions of the 3 women in colorful clothes changed slightly. One of them quickly said, "The Heaven River Palace on Planet 5 Elements is capturing a traitor. Senior, please don't interfere." The man's eyes became cold. He waved his sleeves, and a powerful gust of wind appeared. He threw the 3 women out of the blood planet. What is your name?" "ZXIN. Junior's name is ZXIN. I'm a rank 6 cultivator, Nan Suzuku." The woman in purple stared at the person before her. To be able to sweep away the people chasing her with one sweep of his sleeves, this cultivation ground was simply too terrifying. Suzaku, country of Chu, Cloud Sky Sect. The entire Cloud Sky Sect was completely different now. The country of Chu had been raised to a rank 4 cultivation country by Rosefinch's son Zhou Wutai. Although it was only a rank 4 cultivation country, it was the largest rank 4 cultivation country. Even rank 5 cultivation countries had to be respectful when they came to Chu, especially when facing the Sky Sect. This was because almost every cultivator that experienced the storm in the past few hundred years knew of a cultivator named Wang Lin who set off an unprecedented storm on planet Suzaku by himself. After the Cloud Sky sect became a rank 4 cultivation country, they won 1 and 1-1. They won 1 and 1. 1 1 1 1 1 sect 1 1 sky 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 and 1 1 6 1 1 sky 1 and 1 1 cloud 1 and 1. The statue mountain 1 1 1 and 2 1 1 1 1 1 and 1. This was the Cloud Sky sect. It was also something that countless disciples of the Cloud Sky sect worshipped. It was also something that all the cultivators of the rank 4 cultivation country of Chu respected. At the same time, it was a legend in all of Suzaku. At the bottom of the Cloud Sky sect, there was an old man and a young man walking up the stairs toward the Cloud Sky sect. From their position, they could see the tall statue. The young man's face was filled with curiosity. As he walked, he asked, "Grandpa, is this the statue you were talking about?" The old man looked at the statue with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. After a long time, he rubbed the young man's head and said, "Do you know why the Cloud Sky sect master, Taiyin, was able to reach the soul formation stage? Why do all the sects in Chu respect the Cloud Sky sect? Why do all the big shots from rank 5 cultivation countries come here and act so respectfully? All of this is because of the person in the statue." The young man was startled. He blinked and smiled. "It's really strange. How can a statue make all these people so respectful?" The old man let out a sigh and said, "Although the person in the statue has only cultivated for a short period of time, in those few hundred years, he caused an unprecedented storm in Suzaku. There were some things that only spread after he left. Rumor has it that after 200 years of cultivation, he created chaos in the Sea of Devils, saved a beauty from the Cloud Sky sect, and shocked everyone. The country of Zhao was filled with slaughter. The earth was dyed blood red. The entire Tang family was wiped out, and the entire country of Zhao became a land of corpses. Rumor has it that in the celestial realm, he killed Red Butterfly, defeated Lu Mei, battled Qian Feng, and became the disciple of the soul-refining sex Du Tian. He drove through Shuiyu and killed the giant demon clan's ancestor. He became famous during the battle with the Forsaken Immortal clan. He went to Rosefinch's tomb to retrieve the Rosefinch crystal. He defeated everyone and was the first to obtain the Rosefinch crystal. He could have inherited the position of Rosefinch, but he refused and gave it to Rosefinch's son, Zhou Wutai. The young man exclaimed. He actually refused to become Rosefinch's son. Why else do you think Rosefinch's son, Zhou Wutai, would come to the Cloud Sky sect every time something big happened and silently stare at the statue? Before this person appeared in Suzaku, the Holy Land was Rosefinch Mountain. But after this person left, the Holy Land became the Cloud Sky sect. The young man's mouth was wide open. He had heard a bit about it before, but it wasn't as detailed as it was today. His heart was filled with excitement as he said, "Grandpa, I want to be like this in the future." What is his name? Where did he go now?" "His name is Wang Lin. I don't know where he went, but this kind of person won't be ordinary no matter where he goes." The old man let out a sigh and bitterly smiled. "Grandpa dealt with him before. I'm afraid he has long forgotten who I am." The young man was about to speak when a tiger's roar came from the foot of the mountain. This tiger's roar was filled with majesty and caused the surrounding trees to rustle. At the same time, a giant black, striped tiger jumped up from the foot of the mountain and charged toward the top. There was a woman sitting on top of the tiger. She was about 20 years old and was wearing white. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a celestial. This woman wasn't extremely beautiful, but she was very delicate. Her skin was pink, and her beautiful eyes were filled with intelligence. "Little White, hurry up." The woman's voice was like an oriole's. It was very pleasant to listen to. The tiger she was sitting on let out another roar and charged toward the Cloud Sky sect. When it arrived next to the statue, the tiger stopped and looked at the statue. It revealed a look of disdain and thought. "This little girl is too stupid. Why does she have to go find this person? How good is it on planet Suzaku? This tiger lord has so many tigresses. If I were to leave in the future, how could I bear to part with all of them? But this little girl said that there are even more beautiful tigresses outside of Shizuku. This makes it a bit difficult for me. The woman stared at the statue and softly said, Uncle, little Ru'er has already reached the core formation stage. I'm working very hard. Grandpa Tai Yin said that as long as I reach the nascent soul stage, he will give me the item you left behind. Uncle, I will definitely be able to reach the nascent soul stage. A soft sigh came from a void, and an old man walked out from the Cloud Sky sect. This person was very tall and was wearing a Taoist robe. He gave off a sense of majesty. With one step, he arrived before the statue. First, he bowed deeply at the statue. Then he looked at the tiger and the woman. His eyes were filled with kindness and love as he said, Ru'er, follow your heart when you cultivate. If you blindly chase after the nascent soul stage, you will be at a disadvantage. It will be like going against the current. The woman looked at the statue and softly said, Grandpa Tai Yin, when Uncle left Zhao, didn't he also want to reach the nascent soul stage in the Sea of Devils? This shows that following one's heart is not good. This old man was Tai Yin. Back then, he was enlightened by Wang Lin and broke through the nascent soul stage to reach the soul formation stage. While he was grateful to Wang Lin, he was even more in awe of him. He hadn't touched the bag of holding Wang Lin left behind and didn't dare touch it. He would never forget the calm expression in Wang Lin's eyes before he left. Zhou Ru withdrew her gaze and looked at Tai Yin. She let out a smile that was like a blooming lily and said, Grandpa Tai Yin, I met Rosefinch's son, Uncle Zhou. He told me to go to Mount Rosefinch to cultivate. He said that my cultivation speed would be faster there. Today, Ru'er is here to say goodbye to you. Tai Yin understood that Zhou Ru's identity was very special in the Shizuka sect. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the little princess of the Shizuka sect. Almost everyone who knew Wang Lin, whether they feared him or respected him, treated Zhou Ru with great respect. Even the Forsaken Immortal clan was very polite to Zhou Ru. The Forsaken Immortal clan forbade any cultivator from entering, and Zhou Ru was an exception. It could be said that Zhou Ru wouldn't encounter any danger on the Shizuka sect. Whether it was Zhou Wutai, Yin Keizi, or other powerful cultivators, they all gave her many life-saving treasures. If a normal person were to fight this little girl at the core formation stage, they might not be able to win. In addition, Zhou Ru had hidden experts from Mount Rosefinch and the giant demon clan's patriarch, Qi Hu. They would protect her at all times, so she wouldn't encounter any danger. Among the people protecting her were people from the Cloud Sky sect. After pondering a bit, Tai Yin nodded and kindly said, Okay, you have to calm your heart and cultivate at Mount Shizuku. If you really reach the nascent soul stage one day, I'll immediately take out the item that Benefactor left for you. Zhou Ru smiled as she looked back at the statue. She patted the tiger's head and said, Little White, go to Mount Rosefinch. Little White let out a roar, jumped into the air, and disappeared into the sky. Speaking of which, this Tiger Lord has borrowed a lot of Wang Lin's influence over the years. Cultivators that used to want to capture me are now very respectful when they see me. Forget it. If this little girl leaves Shizuku in the future, this Tiger Lord will follow her. While Little White was flying, saliva came out of the corner of its mouth. God knows if it was because of this or because of the tiger Zhou Ru talked about before that it made up its mind. Chapter 6:12. Outside Sky Demon City, the Dragon Lake. There was a large amount of demon soldiers guarding the Dragon Lake year-round, and there were also some powerful cultivators that cultivated here. Even if something big happened, as long as the enemy hadn't arrived, they wouldn't appear. This lake was filled with demonic spiritual energy, so even the divine retribution from 10 years ago wasn't damaged. The Dragon Lake's water was filled with demonic spiritual energy, and there was a completely different world in its depths. There was a demonic screen blocking the way, but there was a giant underground cave. There was a statue inside the cave. This statue was completely black and looked exactly like the ancient demon. At this moment, there was a demonic glow in the statue's eyes. There was a pool within a pool under the statue. There wasn't much liquid inside, but it had already become viscous. At this moment, Wang Lin was sitting inside the pool. He was still wearing the armor, but his eyes were closed. Before was a burly man that looked similar to Ling Tianho. This burly man was surrounded by a purple crystal, and the festering areas on his body were slowly healing. Rays of demonic light would occasionally come out from the statue's eyes and enter Wang Lin's body. Every time the demonic light descended, Wang Lin's body would tremble. The devil shadow inside his origin soul had been suppressed by him and Ji Yao, and it was in a coma. However, Wang Lin's goal wasn't to suppress it, but to devour it. He wanted to devour this scattered devil incense to nourish his cultivation. However, this scattered devil was too large, so it wasn't easy to devour. Wang Lin had been sitting inside the pool for several months, but he still hadn't devoured the scattered devil. Although this was the case, Wang Lin was constantly placing restrictions on the scattered devil's soul. After several months of time, countless restrictions had been placed on the scattered devil's soul. Also, with the help of Ji Yao, Wang Lin left an imprint on the scattered devil's soul. However, the scattered devil was too strong, so the imprint was very faint. As time passed, and Wang Lin continued to carve the imprint with his origin soul, Wang Lin was finally able to completely control the scattered devil. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and there was a hint of demonic light in his eyes. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to control this devil. I can only continue to strengthen the primordial soul brand. In this way, sooner or later, I will be able to control this devil. At that time, not consuming this thing, but refining this devil into my second primordial soul is also one of my options. The second origin soul was a unique spell that appeared when a cultivator reached the ascendant stage. However, not everyone could succeed with this spell. The main reason was the embryo of the second origin soul. The strength of the embryo directly determined whether or not the second origin soul could be refined. Once the second origin soul failed, it would be a heavy blow to the cultivator. In addition, the second origin soul was very damaging to the cultivator's body, so most ascendant cultivators didn't choose to refine their second origin soul. At the very least, none of the ascendant cultivators Wang Lin had refined a second origin soul. As for those whose cultivation level was higher than the ascendant stage, Wang Lin had never seen any. Wang Lin secretly thought, "This is one of Ji Mo's scattered devils. I'm afraid there are very few things in the world that can surpass it. If I use it to refine my second origin soul, I'm 100% confident I can succeed in one try. Right now, my origin soul and body have completely fused, and my ascendant cultivation has stabilized. There are no more dangers, but there are some things I need to do immediately. I must obtain Sword Saint Ling Tianho's remaining sword energy. It would be too much of a waste to leave it in the hands of Sword Saint Ling Tianho's trash disciples." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stood up from the pool. At that moment, the pitch-black armor on his body made him look like a demonic lord. His long hair spread over his shoulders, making him look even more demonic. After touching the armor on his body, there was a flash of excitement in Wang Lin's eyes. This armor was very strong. When he wore it, it gave off a powerful devilish energy. However, it was a pity that Wang Lin couldn't absorb it. If that's the case, then the power of the demonic finger while wearing this armor. I'm afraid it's even stronger than my underworld river. However, my cultivation level isn't high enough to make this armor recognize me as its master, so I can't see through all the spells inside. However, once I refine this scattered devil into a second origin soul, I'll be able to display the full power of this armor. Wang Lin touched the armor and then slapped his bag of holding. A wrist guard flew out. The moment the wrist guard appeared, it turned into a black line and wrapped around Wang Lin's arm. At this moment, the ancient demon's voice came from the statue. "Are you going to leave?" Wang Lin turned around, clasped his hands at the statue, and said, "Senior ancient demon, you have helped me 3 times. Wang will never forget this kindness." This time, I'm leaving is to fulfill my promise. However, before that, there's still a few things I need to do that I need Senior Ancient Demon's help. The Ancient Demon pondered a bit and slowly said, "What things?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and then slapped his bag of holding. He took out the pagoda that Zhou he gave him back then. "I want to find a sword spirit. This pagoda contains his divine sense, so I asked Senior Ji Yao to help me find it." The Ancient Demon scanned the pagoda with his divine sense and said, "There is no aura of this sword spirit in my sky demon country. As for other places, I don't know. The demon spirit land is too big, so I can't search it all. If you bring back a demon for me, I can absorb it and use a spell to help you search a large area. However, I can't do it with my current strength. Or, if you have the Ancient Devil Pagoda, you can spread out your divine sense." Wang Lin put away the pagoda and nodded. He pointed at the burly man sealed in the crystal and said, "I want this person." The Ancient Demon pondered for a long time this time. After a long time, he said, "I'll gift it to you, but within 100 years, you must bring back a demon for me." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he nodded. "I want to enter the Ancient Demon's inheritance to comprehend that mysterious realm, to refine my own spell. This matter is not difficult, but I have helped you many times and have fulfilled my promise to you. You still haven't contributed anything, so we can talk about this matter after you bring back a demon." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "That's fine, but I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult with my power alone. From today onward, you are my messenger and your status is above the Demon Emperor. My Sky Demon Country will officially declare war on the Fire Demon Country as a form of cooperation. Once you arrive at the Fire Demon Country's Yanjing Demon Spring, don't forget the chant I taught you." Wang Lin clasped his hands, and his right hand grabbed the burly man sealed in the crystal. His body flickered, and he stepped out of the dragon lake. He teleported and disappeared. The reason why he asked Gu Yao to find Zhou Yi and enter the inheritance to comprehend it was because of the agreement between them. Gu Yao had already given up a lot. If he didn't ask for anything, Gu Yao might doubt his sincerity. These two requests were indeed what he wanted the Ancient Demon to help him with, so he wasn't shirking it. This way, the Ancient Demon would be a bit more patient. Thousands of kilometers away from Ancient Demon City, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void. He looked at the crystal in his hand and put it away inside his bag of holding. This person must be related to Sword Saint Ling Tianho. Perhaps it will have a miraculous effect if I have him in my hands. Wang Lin began to ponder. He stepped out once more and used greater teleportation. Wang Lin teleported the entire time. His destination was where Zishu was buried in the Fire Demon Country. If he didn't take a look, Wang Lin wouldn't be satisfied. It has to be said that the sword energy Ling Tianho created was extremely precious. Greater teleportation was a powerful spell. Wang Lin used it many times before he entered the Fire Demon Country. The place where Zishu was buried was a forest. Most of this place had withered away, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and rotting flesh. After all, several months had already passed. However, Zishu's body was still there. There was a faint, golden glow coming from his body. Beside his body were the bodies of many birds and beasts. These birds and beasts were here to look for food, but the moment they got close to Zishu's body, they immediately died. On this day, a ray of blue light flew over from the distance. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. He spread out his divine sense and found Zishu's body on the ground. In a flash, he arrived 100 feet away from Zishu's body. This is the place. As I expected, there must be a treasure in this person's body. Otherwise, there would be no way for this kind of sword energy to spread out. The middle-aged man revealed a happy expression as he stared at Zishu's body. The place where Zishu died was very remote. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to notice this body. This middle-aged man's cultivation was related to birds and beasts. Although his divine sense wasn't strong, he could possess birds and beasts. When he was cultivating, the bird he possessed found this place. He was startled and immediately saw that there was something strange about this body, so he quickly came to find it. He looked at Zishu's body and took a deep breath. He slapped his bag of holding, and a large group of black beetles flew out. They buzzed as they flew toward the body. However, the moment the black beetles got within 100 feet of the body released a burst of golden light, and all the beetles died. The middle-aged man wasn't shocked, but happy. He stared at Zishu's body and muttered, "There must be a treasure." He took a deep breath and was about to continue casting spells when a cold snort came from behind him. The man was shocked and suddenly turned around. He waved his right hand, and a large amount of black clouds flew out from his sleeve. These were rice grain-sized insects. They formed a dense cloud and charged at him. Using this opportunity, the man retreated a few steps. When he looked closer, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Behind him stood a man in black armor. Waves of monstrous demonic aura filled the air. The insects that he had thrown out were immediately crushed as soon as they got close to him. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He retreated a few more steps and clasped his hands. "Friend, why are you stopping me from retrieving my junior brother's body?" "Your junior brother?" The person wearing armor was Wang Lin. After he teleported here, he saw the person before him staring at Zishu's body with a happy expression. "Of course it's my junior brother. We are disciples of the Heyun sect. This person's name is Zhou Chu, and I'm Tung Yun. The two of us came to the demon spirit land together. 1 month ago, junior brother Zhou and I separated, but I didn't expect him to be killed. If it wasn't for the fact that junior brother had something from the sect that allowed me to know where he was, I wouldn't have been able to find his body today." Tung Yun's face was filled with sorrow. Today's update came early. The sky isn't even bright yet. Chapter 613. Tung Yun's reaction was very quick. When he spoke, his expression was sad, as if he had been hurt. He didn't say much, but he made up for all the flaws Tung Yun could think of. If it was a normal person, they would have been more or less fooled by this person's words. Wang Lin coldly looked at Tung Yun before withdrawing his gaze and walking forward. Tung Yun's expression changed slightly as he retreated a few steps and stared at Wang Lin. He thought, "This person's armor is too terrifying, and I can't see through his cultivation level. I don't know if he is a cultivator or a demon. However, no matter how high his cultivation level is, once he gets within 100 feet of the body, he will die without a doubt. I'll keep quiet and wait until he is killed by the golden light from the treasure. Then I'll use my own method to obtain the treasure. At that time, even the armor will be mine." Tung Yun sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he revealed an angry expression but didn't dare to stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step forward and entered within 100 feet of Zishu's body. The moment he entered, there was a flash of golden light from Zishu's body. This golden light was like 10,000 golden needles that stabbed out. Tung Yun's eyes were filled with joy and pride. However, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and the pride in his eyes disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes, hidden inside the helmet, released a cold gaze. He waved his hand, and the golden light was swept away. Wang Lin had already experienced withdrawing the sword energy from the Shao 12 swords once, so he calmly stepped forward and arrived next to Zishu's body. He casually stepped out, but Tung Yun, who was 100 feet away, was shocked. He cursed in his heart and was about to flee when a cold snort entered his ears. Tung Yun's body trembled, and he stopped. He had a feeling that if he insisted on escaping, he would without a doubt die. The shadow of death descended on his heart. "You don't want your junior brother's body anymore." Wang Lin squatted down without turning his head. Tung Yun's face twitched, and he quickly said, "If Senior likes it, then feel free to take it. Junior won't have the slightest complaint. My junior apprentice brother has had a hard life since he was young, and to be able to help a great figure like Senior after his death is his good fortune. Junior believes that even if my junior apprentice brother was still alive and knew that Senior was interested, he would still commit suicide without any hesitation. My junior apprentice brother was just that kind of warm-hearted." At this moment, his heart was filled with fear, and he was already panicking. Wang Lin looked at Zishu's corpse. His gaze landed on the spot between the latter's brows. Golden light was being emitted from there. Wang Lin calmed his chi and focused his mind. With a decisive chop of his right hand, Zishu's head was separated from his body. Wang Lin grabbed the head from the void and spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence fire. The colorless flame wrapped around Zishu's head and continued to refine it. Tung Yun, who was at the side, witnessed all of this, and his heart trembled. He thought bitterly to himself, "It's over, it's over. This person has primordial spirit essence fire, so he's not a demon. However, he must be a cruel and merciless devil cultivator who won't even let the dead go. I'm unlucky to have witnessed all of this. I only hope that this person won't kill me." Wang Lin looked at Zishu's head that was being refined. His eyes flashed, and he spat out another mouthful of primordial spirit essence fire. Zishu's head instantly disappeared, leaving behind a golden light that flickered continuously. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His right hand grabbed the golden light from the void and brought it to his mouth. Then he hooked Zishu's corpse with his left leg and threw it to Tung Yun. He said, "I'll return your junior apprentice brother's physical body to you. Give him a proper burial." Tung Yun's face was pale, but he looked like he had just survived a disaster. He quickly caught the corpse and said, "Yes. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." With that, he quickly left with the corpse in his arms. It wasn't until he was dozens of kilometers away that he was covered in cold sweat. He let out a breath of relief as he looked at the headless corpse in his arms. His heart was filled with hatred as he threw the headless corpse away. He waved his right hand, and a large, black cloud flew out and surrounded the corpse. In the blink of an eye, the corpse along with its bones were completely devoured. It was all because of this corpse that I almost lost my life. However, although this senior's cultivation level is high, his head is a bit slow. He really thought that this person was my junior apprentice brother. Tung Yun spat out a mouthful of saliva as he recalled everything that had just happened. He still felt fear in his heart as he looked back and immediately left. He didn't know that if Wang Lin really thought he was Zishu's senior apprentice brother, then what kind of fate would await him? After smelling Ling Tianho's sword energy, Wang Lin stood there and slowly sank until he was completely underground. He sat down in the lotus position and began to quietly refine it. If he didn't refine Ling Tianho's sword energy for a period of time, it would be very difficult for him to use it as his own. While he was sinking underground, Wang Lin's divine sense moved, and he immediately noticed another sword energy not far away. His eyes lit up and his hand reached out. The other sword energy immediately began to struggle and turned into a large rat beast that roared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin exclaimed softly and released his ascendant cultivation. The rat beast formed by the sword energy let out a miserable cry and was caught. What appeared before Wang Lin was an ancient sword with a black rat beast on it. Its black eyes stared at Wang Lin. Zishu's sword. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. When he killed Zishu, his origin soul went crazy and he casually threw the sword. Thinking about it later, he felt that it was a pity. However, he didn't expect that today, not only would he obtain Ling Tianho's sword energy, but he would also recover Zishu's sword. Sort of saying, Wang Lin, if one day I, Wang Lin, take out all 12 swords, what kind of expression would you have? Wang Lin grabbed Zishu's sword, imprinted his divine sense on it, and threw it into his bag of holding. This sword from the 12 swords was not ordinary. Even with the 12 swords' cultivation levels, they weren't able to release all of their power. However, in Wang Lin's hands, it was different. Underground where Zishu was buried, Wang Lin refined the sword energy for a month and finally took it for his own use. This time, he completely took it for his own use. Unlike Mo Yang's sword energy, which was stored inside his body and could only be used once. After Wang Lin refined Zishu's sword energy, he could use it as he pleased. He could even split the sword energy into 10 parts and spread it out evenly. Similarly, if all 10 parts combined, it would become Ling Tianho's powerful sword energy. As a result, the sword energy became a lot more flexible. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Even among the 12 swords, most of them could only use the sword energy once and couldn't control it as they pleased. The reason Wang Lin was able to do this was because his cultivation level had reached the early stage of ascendant, and the sword energy Ling Tianhou gave to his disciple had his own divine sense erased to make it easier for the disciple to control it. Therefore, this sword energy was basically ownerless. From this point of view, Ling Tianhou's love for his disciples far exceeded that of Tian Yunzi. He could give his disciples extremely powerful sword energy, but Tian Yunzi could only give them something that could barely be considered life-saving. Ling Tianhou could arrange for the greedy wolf to enter the demon spirit land to protect his disciples, but Tian Yunzi wouldn't do this. This had a lot to do with their Tao. Ling Tianhou cultivated the Tao of tyranny. His Tao made him extremely protective of his own people, and outsiders weren't allowed to touch them. The disciples of his sect weren't allowed to be bullied by outsiders. Because of this, although the Delu Sword sect was notorious, the disciples were very loyal to Sword Saint Ling Tian. However, it was also because of this that there weren't many powerful people in the sect. If a young eagle was always protected, it would be very difficult for it to become a real eagle. On the other hand, in the Heavenly Fate sect, Tian Yunzi's Tao was to follow the heavens. He was a typical cultivator that followed the heavens. The life and death of his disciples were up to the heavens, strong or weak, and he wouldn't casually make a move. Although this was the case, Tian Yunzi's method caused his sect to have many powerful cultivators. Just the true disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect were all powerful cultivators, not to mention those that had experienced countless life and death situations over the years. During the month that Wang Lin was cultivating underground, a big event happened in the Demon Spirit Land. This event caused a majority of the foreign cultivators to leave their hiding places and rush toward the Fire Demon Country and Sky Demon Country. The Sky Demon Country had sent 30 million soldiers to officially declare war on the Fire Demon Country. Although there had always been battles in the Demon Spirit Land, they were all small conflicts. It was extremely rare for two countries to have a life and death battle like this. Even if cultivators entered once every 5,000 years, it would only cause a war between the 9 countries and not a life and death battle like this. This was because once the balance between the 9 countries was broken, it would cause an unimaginable chain reaction. However, for cultivators, this was an opportunity from the heavens. It was the fastest way to obtain military merit. The 8 commander-in-chiefs and 8 vice-commander-in-chiefs of the Sky Demon Country all came out. There were 2 new vice-commander-in-chiefs. Aside from Mo Lihai, there was also the former number 1 demon general, Mo Fei. In addition, the Sky Demon Country's Demon Emperor personally arrived. The entire army was split into 3 groups that slaughtered their way into the Fire Demon Country from 3 different directions. They agreed to meet at the capital of the Fire Demon Country. The day Wang Lin came out from underground was the day the Sky Demon Country's army entered the territory of the Fire Demon Country. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin immediately felt a powerful killing intent. This killing intent wasn't from one person, but from tens of millions of people. Under this killing intent, even the world became dark. The white clouds in the sky were replaced by dark fog, and rain fell from the sky. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the sky. After pondering a bit, he muttered to himself, "Ji Yao is quite decisive. Perhaps after countless years, he is about to lose his patience. As a result, I'll have to be a bit more careful. However, this battle doesn't have much to do with me. The most important thing right now is to kill the Sword Saint's disciples one by one. I'll take the remaining 10 rays of sword energy and then refine them into countless strands of slaughter energy. Then, even in the Demon Spirit Land, I'll have the ability to gain a foothold. There's also that cave that I need to continue exploring. Perhaps there will be a lot of treasures there." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he took a step and disappeared. 2 of the Sword Saint's disciples were beside Mo Fei, and they're my targets. However, that Mo Fei is a bit strange. Back in Beijing, the black-haired man looked exactly like him. I fear there is something strange about this. As Wang Lin moved, his eyes revealed a pondering expression. Originally, I was supposed to write at midnight today, but I stayed up all night yesterday to finish the chapter. However, this morning my daughter was sick, so I was busy at the hospital all day. I was constantly running up and down the stairs, and I even went to the medical center to apply for a hospital stay. The doctor said that this would save us a lot of money because the treatment costs are several thousand. However, the medical card clearly hasn't expired yet, but due to some regulations, it was frozen. They said that I owed money, so in the end, I could only pay the full amount. My head hurts, and I'm very angry. I'll continue writing the third chapter, but I can't promise to finish it. I'm very tired, but I'll try my best. I hope everyone can forgive me. Also, it's almost the end of the month, so vote for me to give me some motivation. If there is even half a lie in any of the above, may the heavens strike me with lightning and my entire family die. To be continued. Chapter 6:14. There was a cloud of dust in the distance. Even the rain could not wash it off in a short period of time. Within the cloud of dust, there were countless demon soldiers wearing armor and holding sharp blades in their hands. They rode on horseback and gave off a thick, murderous aura. There was an ancient pavilion floating above the demon soldiers, and it moved with the army. There were demon soldiers with bright eyes standing on the left and right sides of the pavilion. At this moment, a ray of light came from the sky toward the army. Before the ray of light got close, a person walked out from the pavilion. This person was wearing ordinary clothes, but he gave off a sense of majesty. There was a smile on his face as he looked at the ray of light coming from the distance and said, "Brother Wong, how have you been?" The ray of light turned into Wong Lin outside the pavilion. He looked at the person who walked out of the pavilion and wasn't surprised. He clasped his hands and said, "Wong Lin greets the Demon Emperor." This person is the young man who drank with Wong Lin all night. When Wong Lin saw this person, he didn't seem to have any demonic spiritual energy, but he had a subtle feeling that this person was not ordinary. Today, with his ascendant cultivation, he was able to see something. There was a fist-sized demon crystal in this person's dantian. Although this demon crystal didn't give off any demonic spiritual energy and looked very normal, Wong Lin paid even more attention to it. While Wong Lin was observing this person, the person who walked out of the pavilion was also observing Wong Lin. He smiled and said, "Brother Wong, there's no need to be like this. You are the messenger appointed by the ancestor spirit, so our status is the same. You can just call me by my ancestor's name, Gu Yundun. However, I'm a bit confused. How did you know I'm the Demon Emperor?" Wong Lin smiled and said, "At the time, I only had my suspicions. I was only certain after seeing Brother Ji." The moment Wong Lin finished speaking, a divine sense message came from his bag of holding and began to plead in his mind. "Master, I, Su Ligua, respect you the most in my life. Do you have the heart to let a pair of lovers who are only a few dozen feet apart pass by each other? Master, I haven't seen that little beauty for 10 years, Wong Lin frowned and slapped his bag of holding. Su Ligua immediately flew out from the celestial sword. He had learned his lesson this time. He was afraid that he would make Wong Lin unhappy, so he didn't bring the celestial sword with him. As soon as he appeared, he immediately transformed and looked at the Demon Emperor. However, after looking for a long time, he still couldn't find the Emperor's sword. He couldn't help but look sad and sighed. Could it be that I really don't have fate with the little beauty? We haven't seen each other for 10 years, but when I look back, it's a lifetime. It was rare for Su Ligua to speak in a refined manner, but in Wong Lin's ears, it was still a bit awkward. He cupped his fist at the Demon Emperor and said, "Brother Ji, this is the sword spirit of Wong. He has some misunderstanding with the sword spirit of your Emperor's sword." The Demon Emperor looked at Su Ligua and said, "It's all right. I've long heard of this sword spirit that my niece still hates for 10 years. As he spoke, he grabbed at the void with his right hand. There was a cracking sound in the sky, and a crack appeared in the void. The Emperor's sword flashed out. "It's you." As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately shook and let out a sharp sound. It slashed at Su Ligua, and the sword chi instantly swept out. Su Ligua's sad expression was instantly swept away. Fortunately, He knew that the little beauty's master was just beside him. The silver light in his eyes was suppressed, and he revealed a look of infatuation. He said to the Emperor's sword, "My wife, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. Call your master Sue. And I miss you so much." As he spoke, he quickly dodged the sword chi. Because it was a spirit body, it was difficult for Su Ligua to dodge the sword chi. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. Although Su Ligua was a sword spirit, he was his. He could treat him however he wanted, but if it was an outsider, he couldn't do it. Seeing that the Emperor's sword slashed again and the Demon Emperor didn't stop it, Wang Lin's face darkened. He waved his right sleeve, and a strange wind blew. The Emperor's sword chi instantly swayed. "This aura, it's you. You're that despicable food. Good, so you two are on the same side." The figure of the girl on the Emperor's sword appeared. She angrily stared at Wang Lin and Su Ligua. Without any hesitation, she activated the Emperor's sword. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with sword chi, and they charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned and let out a cold snort. His cultivation level was now at the ascendant stage and was far from the late stage of soul transformation. Back then, he was indeed afraid of the Emperor's sword, but now, with his cultivation level, why would he care about a sword? As he let out a cold snort, all of the surrounding sword chi collapsed. Just as the Emperor's sword was about to move, the Demon Emperor's right hand reached out and grabbed the Emperor's sword. "Brother Wang, my niece is a bit naughty and has made you laugh. However, although she is a sword spirit, she wasn't born with it. She is the daughter of a good friend of mine. Due to some changes, she was forced to transform into a spirit body. To me, she is like my daughter. I won't allow my evil disciple, Inu, to tease her." Demon Emperor Gu Yundun said with a smile, but his gaze casually swept past Su Ligua. This gaze caused Su Ligua's body to tremble, as if he was about to collapse. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed a bit. At that moment, the demon crystal inside the Demon Emperor's body erupted. Its power was no weaker than that of a peak late-stage ascendant cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he grabbed Su Ligua and threw him into his bag of holding. He clasped his hands and said, "I've made Brother Gu laugh. I, Wang, came here to ask about one thing. Where is Demon General Mo Fei?" The Demon Emperor let out a sigh in his heart. He originally didn't want to get into a deadlock with Wang Lin, but he couldn't stand seeing someone else bully Shuang Er in front of him. Although Wang Lin's sword spirit hit it very well, in his eyes, the evil in the Demon Emperor's eyes was very strong. The Demon Emperor let out a sigh and said, "Brother Wang, Mo Fei has already become the Vice Commander-in-Chief. He, the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, and the others are leading the army on the left. They should be at Fire Demon's Pine City by now." After he finished speaking, he paused for a bit and then said, "Brother Wang is the messenger of the ancestral spirit. I've already announced this, so it will be easier for Brother Wang to act. Also, if you have my jade, it will be the same as me personally coming. If anyone dares to disrespect me, you can use the Heaven Commander-in-Chief to kill them." As Gu Yindun spoke, he took out a white jade and handed it to Wang Lin. This jade contained a unique demonic aura that was very difficult to imitate. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he accepted the jade and said, "Many thanks." With that, he clasped his hands, turned around, and disappeared over the horizon. Ji Yindun looked at where Wang Lin disappeared too. He shook his head and thought, "Wang Lin, from the moment the zither music entered my ears, I knew that we were on the same path. I don't want to become enemies with you, so I gave it to you out of goodwill. I hope you understand." As they teleported, Su Ligua's voice entered Wang Lin's origin soul. "Master, that little beauty." Wang Lin calmly said, "Don't mention this matter again." He squeezed the jade in his hand and put it away. With his intelligence, he naturally understood the Demon Emperor's intent. The left army of the Sky Demon Country consisted of 10 million demon soldiers. Everywhere they passed, the earth trembled as if there were countless explosions. The three commanders-in-chief, Heaven, Eternity, and Desolation, were leading the army with the three vice commanders-in-chief, Hong, Xian, and Huang as assistants. They led the 10 million demon soldiers straight towards Songtao City. At this moment, the three commanders-in-chief, Heaven, Eternity, and Desolation, were riding different beasts among the demon soldiers. The three of them didn't talk to each other. A powerful killing intent shrouded the world as they followed the army of the Sky Demon Country towards Songtao City. On the right wing of the army was Vice Commander-in-Chief Mo Fei. He was wearing armor and riding a Qilin-like beast. His eyes were calm, and there was a middle-aged man standing on the tail of the Qilin. His eyes were closed, and he had a large sword on his back. His entire body moved with the movement of the Qilin's tail, giving him the air of a celestial. Just at this moment, a bolt of thunder suddenly appeared in the distance. As the thunder rumbled, it was as if it was going to suppress the killing intent of the 10 million demon soldiers. Within the thunder, a person suddenly stood up. This person was wearing a set of black armor and looked like a devil descending. Devilish energy surrounded his body. His appearance immediately caught the attention of a lot of people. He was Wang Lin. At this instant, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step forward, turned into a meteor, and charged through the air. He didn't say a word. As he charged, his divine sense spread out and locked onto Mo Fei on the right wing. Mo Fei's eyes were cold as he looked at Wang Lin. The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him, which had been closed all this time, slowly opened, and a deep light was emitted. At this moment, Wang Lin charged through the thunder and jumped over countless demon soldiers. At this moment, aside from the Heaven Commander-in-Chief, the Earth Commander-in-Chief, and the Desolation Commander-in-Chief, the other two's eyes lit up. The 10 million demon soldiers were filled with killing intent, but Wang Lin completely ignored them. To kill, one had to gain momentum, so one had to be decisive. Otherwise, if he revealed his identity and took out the Demon Emperor's Jade, then he would lose the initiative and give the Delu Sword Sect people time to think about how to use Ling Tianho's sword energy. Under the order of the Demon Emperor, I'm here to capture and kill Vice Commander-in-Chief Mo Fei. Everyone else, stand aside. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw the Demon Emperor's Jade at the two Commander-in-Chief who were about to attack. All of this happened in an instant. As the underworld river swept by, Wang Lin teleported away. At the moment he disappeared, his right index finger pointed forward. Finger of Death. The finger of death shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Mo Fei. Mo Fei's expression was cold as he raised his right hand. The middle-aged man behind him had a serious expression as his hand formed a seal and the large sword on his back flew out. As the sword floated in the air, the soul of a ferocious boar appeared on it. The speed of the finger was extremely fast, but when it got close to Mo Fei, it suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. This scene caused Mo Fei to be startled, but his expression immediately changed. A demonic energy exploded from his body and enveloped him. As for the middle-aged man, he was also startled for a moment. Just as one attack was death, Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared next to the middle-aged man. He pointed forward, and the devilish energy on his body condensed into a strand of devilish flame. This finger was at its peak. It was impossible to resist. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. At the moment of life and death, he teleported away and prepared to use Ling Tianho's sword energy without any hesitation. However, at this moment, the underworld river appeared and the reincarnation cycle appeared. An invisible force descended, and it was as if the underworld river was the only thing left in the world. Everything paused for a moment. At this moment, a golden light flashed between the middle-aged man's eyebrows, and Wang Lin's finger landed on it. When the finger landed, the person died. After cutting off the head, Wang Lin grabbed the large sword and left. Everything was done smoothly and cleanly. The promise of the third watch was completed. Now I'm here to beg for monthly votes. Chapter 615. The middle-aged man's name was Haiju. When Wang Lin cut off his head, he sealed his origin soul. With Wang Lin's ascendant cultivation, sealing a late-stage soul transformation cultivator was effortless. He left with the head and disappeared like the wind. As for the demon emperor's jade, Wang Lin didn't take it. It was useless to him. However, this was something the demon emperor had given him to express his goodwill. If he hadn't accepted it, it would have made him look too domineering. As he ran, Wang Lin didn't look back at the 10 million demon soldiers as he flew away. Haiju's head was refined by Wang Lin, and the sword energy entered his body. As for Haiju's origin soul, Wang Lin used the soul search spell to obtain the information he wanted. Haiju's origin soul almost collapsed, so Wang Lin threw it into the soul flag and turned it into a primary soul. The people of the Lu sword sect, aside from Ling Tianho's sword energy, also have someone called the Greedy Wolf secretly protecting them. Greedy Wolf. This name is very special, so I shouldn't have heard of it before. However, the Greedy Wolf in Haiju's memory is a bit familiar. However, I'm sure I've never seen this person before. As Wang Lin flew, he began to ponder. Greedy Wolf. According to Haiju's memory, this person's cultivation level has already surpassed the Ascendant stage and reached the illusory Yin stage. He is only one step away from Situ Nan's corporeal Yang stage. Wang Lin frowned, but his body suddenly trembled and he stopped in the air. Situ Nan. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he slapped his bag of holding and a jade flew out. He caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression immediately became ugly. If it wasn't for Situ Nan, Wang Lin wouldn't have remembered that Situ Nan had given him a jade. Inside was a portrait of Situ Nan, and the people inside were the ones who had caused Situ Nan's body to collapse. When Situ Nan gave Wang Lin the jade scroll, he didn't expect Wang Lin to meet them. He just reminded him not to provoke them. Wang Lin really didn't expect that he would actually meet the people in those portraits. Moreover, it was extremely easy for cultivators to change their appearance. It was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack just by looking for a few portraits. If this greedy wolf is really Situ Nan's enemy, then he must know about the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin rubbed his forehead. The heaven-defying bead was his greatest secret. Even after 700 years, the properties of the heaven-defying bead were extremely strange. Back in the day, just a little bit of rain was enough to bring the water attribute to perfection. But as time went on, it became more and more difficult. Now, only the metal attribute remained to be perfected. However, Wang Lin had a feeling that the difficulty of this last attribute had reached an unimaginable level. If the heaven-defying bead could be completely separated from his origin soul, then Wang Lin wouldn't be so worried. If he was facing a life or death crisis, he would be able to calmly make a decision. However, the heaven-defying bead had already fused with his origin soul, so it was impossible to separate it. The only way was to extract his origin soul and refine it like how he refined Ling Tianho's sword energy. Only then would he be able to refine the heaven-defying bead from his origin soul. Wang Lin frowned. What is the origin of this heaven-defying bead? Why does the Cultivation Alliance care so much about this bead? This heaven-defying bead has been with me for hundreds of years. Aside from reversing time, it has no other abilities. Even if I hide inside it, if I meet a powerful cultivator, I won't be able to hide and will be discovered. No matter how you look at it, this pearl is of little value. Even if it's time reversal, it's only very useful to low-level cultivators. To high-level cultivators, it's not even as attractive as enough immortal jades. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked into the distance. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he muttered, there were originally 5 Delu Sword Sect disciples in the Sky Demon Country, with Chun Long as the leader. After Mo Yang died, although they weren't sure, they more or less became suspicious of me. With how the Delu Sword Sect does things, they would have immediately sent someone to ask. However, they didn't do anything. According to Haiju's memories, the Greedy Wolf seemed to have found some secret in the Fire Demon Country. Now 10 years have passed, and only Haiju is left in the Sky Demon Country. The other 3 have all gone to the Fire Demon Country to meet up with the Greedy Wolf. That's right, that Shu must have gone to meet up with him as well. However, halfway there, he developed killing intent toward me and died. What exactly did the Greedy Wolf find? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, with the greedy wolf there, I won't have the chance to continue collecting Ling Tianho's strand of sword energy. However, I can't rush this matter. Wang Lin sneered, and his body flickered as he teleported away. This war is the best time for me to collect slaughter energy, so I can't let it go. However, my strength alone is limited. This is what I should do. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he disappeared. Wang Lin didn't participate in the war in the Fire Demon Country. He teleported and returned to the Soul Refining Tribe in the Sky Demon Country a few days later. After more than 10 years of development, the Soul Refining Tribe had begun to take shape. It had become one of the 4 largest tribes in the Sky Demon Country. Wang Lin's return caused the entire tribe to boil. Although many of the tribe members hadn't seen Wang Lin before, from word of mouth, they regarded Wang Lin as an existence similar to the ancient demon and worshipped him. That valley was a holy land in their hearts. After Wang Lin returned, he immediately summoned Shi San and Ouyang Hua to select more than 10,000 tribe members. Wang Lin sent out a strand of slaughter energy to each tribe member. The slaughter energy entered their bodies, and anyone they killed would have their life force absorbed by the slaughter energy. The more slaughter energy these 10,000 people killed, the stronger the slaughter energy inside their bodies would become. In times of crisis, the slaughter energy would automatically transform into life seals to protect the safety of these 10,000 people. Then these 10,000 people were sent into the battlefield in the Fire Demon Country. Wang Lin didn't let them join the Sky Demon Army, but spread them out to develop on their own. Wang Lin only had one requirement for these people, and that was to continue to kill to nourish the slaughter energy inside their bodies. 10,000 people was nothing compared to a war with tens of millions of demon soldiers. Wang Lin understood this point, so he immediately sent out Ouyang Hua and Shi San. He gave them treasures and gave them 3 months of time to take the rest of the tribe members to devour the other 3 tribes in the Sky Demon Country. As for himself, he sat inside the valley all day and continued to strengthen his origin soul seal on the scattered devil. At the same time, he spent the rest of his time repairing the Feng I restriction flag. 3 months of time passed by in a flash. With the help of Wang Lin's treasures, the remaining 3 tribes were devoured by Shi San and Ouyang Hua. A large amount of foreign tribe members drank the demon soup and became members of the Soul Refining Tribe. For these new tribe members who hadn't cultivated the soul refining spell, Wang Lin directly took out the 1 billion soul flag and shook it. A large amount of soul fragments flew out and entered the tribe members' bodies under Wang Lin's control. He didn't harm their souls, but chose to coexist with them. Then Wang Lin spread out the slaughter energy inside his body and fused it with these people. Just like this, the second wave of 30,000 people was sent into the Fire Demon Country. There were still a lot of tribe members left in the Soul Refining Tribe. Wang Lin used the Greater Teleportation spell many times to move everyone from the wilderness. The location he chose was the ancient battlefield where the Scattered Devil was. At the location of the Devil Tower, Wang Lin used a spell to form a tower. Then he sat inside the tower. As for the tribe members, they began to multiply here. A large number of simple houses were built. Not long after, this place had become a new tribe. Time passed by in a flash, and another 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Wang Lin didn't take half a step out of the tower. The 3 armies of the Sky Demon Country slaughtered people in the Fire Demon Country. The Fire Demon Country naturally had a plan to deal with them, and the slaughter continued on the battlefields. The 10 years of war was only the beginning. During these 10 years, waves of tribe members entered the battlefield with Wang Lin's slaughter energy. At the same time, the Soul Refining Tribe continued to infiltrate the wilderness. The savage tribes in the Fire Demon Country were their targets. Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten about the war in the Fire Demon Country. During the 10 years he was inside the tower, he spent all his time cultivating and carving the Scattered Devil seal on his origin soul. He was preparing. He was preparing to become even stronger before the 100 years deadline. Only then would he be able to complete his agreement with the ancient demon. During these 10 years of continuous cultivation, Wang Lin's early-stage ascendant cultivation became even more stable. He could sense that although some of the slaughter chi was dissipating, most of it was growing by the day. The more the clansmen with the slaughter chi killed, the safer they would be, and the stronger they would become. At this point, the total amount of slaughter energy he had released had reached 100,000 strands. These 100,000 strands of slaughter energy entered the bodies of 100,000 tribe members and continued to grow, using slaughter to nurture slaughter. After this war, I want to see how many strands of slaughter energy I can split into. Inside the tower, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and a powerful force spread out from the tower. Outside the pagoda was an empty land with a circumference of 10 li. Beyond that, there were many houses and buildings. Looking from afar, they were densely packed and stretched for hundreds of li. This was the new soul refining tribe. Every month, tribe members would return with a large amount of captives from the fire demon country. Every month, the size of the soul refining tribe grew. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and slapped his bag of holding. The restriction ball sealing Yao Shishue flew out. His right hand squeezed the void and the ball shattered. Yao Shishue's figure appeared inside the tower. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he slowly said, "How far have you gone with your thoughts?" Yao Shishue was no longer naked. She was wearing a set of blue clothes. After she appeared, her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Lin. She clenched her teeth and said, "What exactly are you thinking in your heart? During these 10 years, I have already told you everything that needs to be said. What else do you want?" Chapter 616. Over the past 10 years, Wang Lin had questioned Yao Shishue many times in the pagoda. Yao Shishue's hatred for Wang Lin had already been buried deep in her heart. At the same time, she was terrified by some of Wang Lin's methods. Wang Lin had already opened up a gap in her mind. This gap told Wang Lin the method to use the blood soul elixir. Once the gap appeared, under Wang Lin's methods, Yao Shishue almost collapsed. Although she didn't say everything, she more or less revealed some secrets. You said that the cave mansion was left behind by an immortal emperor. There are a total of 4 immortal emperor caves. How did you know all of this? Yao Shishue bit her lower lip. She was unwilling to answer this question. Wang Lin's eyes faintly lit up, and he slowly said, "You have been in my hands for more than 20 years. Could it be that you don't want your freedom? If you tell me everything, I can promise to let you go after we leave the demon spirit land." His voice was laced with a devilish intent. This was a minor divine ability that he had learned from the loose devil after continuously deepening the mark on his body for 10 years. "I can tell you everything, but you have to swear on your Tao heart that once we leave the demon spirit land, you'll let me go." Yao Shishue sighed softly. "You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Wang won't go back on his word. Tell me, and you'll have a chance to live. If you don't, then I'll seal you forever." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it was cold. Yao Shishue twirled her hair as she looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she softly said, "My father warned me not to be enemies with you. I was very confused at the time. I didn't know how my father knew about you. At that time, you were just a nobody. Even though you were accepted as a disciple by Tian Yunzi, with my understanding of my father, with your identity, your cultivation, everything about you, it was impossible for my father to notice you. That's why I didn't listen to him. Now I somewhat understand why my father would mention you." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he coldly looked at her. Yao Shishue let out a sigh and said, "My father told me that there are 4 caves here. Back then, he, Tian Yunzi, Ling Tianho, and company found a secret." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he calmly asked, "What secret?" "This demon spirit land is actually a cave. I presume you've already guessed this. I can tell you that this demon spirit land is a cave. This cave is very large, unimaginably large. But it isn't just one. It is 5. Among the 5 caves, 4 are ethereal and 1 is real." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he slowly said, "I presume the cave you took me to was the ethereal cave." Yao Shishue bitterly nodded and said, "Yes, It was indeed an ethereal cave. Wang Lin asked, "What was your purpose in entering the ethereal cave?" "My father once said that there were many treasures and liquids inside the ethereal cave. If I could obtain them, it would be very beneficial to my cultivation," Yao Shishue softly said, but before she finished speaking, she saw the sneer on Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin quietly looked at Yao Shishue. He didn't speak, but his gaze caused Yao Shishue's heart to tremble. She pondered for a long time and bitterly said, "Everything I said before is true. You don't need to use this as an excuse to not let me go." Wang Lin's tone was gloomy as he said, "What a good, every word is true. Perhaps what you said is what you think, but that's not what Wang is asking. What is the relationship between the 4 ethereal caves and the last cave?" Yao Shishue fell silent again. She let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. The 4 ethereal caves are actually the entrance to the last cave. The secret your father and the others discovered can't be that simple, right?" Wang Lin slightly closed his eyes. "I only know that my father speculated that the last cave contained the opportunity to reach the 3rd step of the mortal Tao realm. This is because this cave belonged to the number 1 celestial emperor, Qing Lin, before the collapse of the celestial world. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin was the number 1 expert in the celestial world. Rumor has it that when the celestial world collapsed, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin didn't die. Instead, he fought and escaped with injuries. The secret my father and the others discovered was that the last cave contained the aura of Celestial Emperor Qing Lin in seclusion. I don't know how they found out, so don't ask me." After speaking, Yao Shishue looked at Wang Lin. When she heard the news from her father, the shock she felt was unimaginable. Even thinking about it now, her mind was still shaken. She wanted to see what kind of expression Wang Lin would have when he heard this news, given his cunning. Unfortunately, all she saw was his calm expression. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his pupils shrank an undetectable amount. These words set off a huge wave in Wang Lin's heart. He believed 70% of Yao Shishue's words. This wasn't because of how beautiful Yao Shishue's words were, but because she had said the 2 words, Qing Lin. Wang Lin could never forget the voice that entered his ears when he and Yao Shishue entered the cave and formed the runes. "I'm Qing Lin. What kind of cave is this?" "There is a lucky demon and a scattered devil. The lucky demon was split into 9 parts and can't fuse. As for the scattered devil, I don't know much about it, but from what it said, it is a devil under the command of an ancient devil. Could it be that there are still ancient devils in the demon spirit land?" The more information he had, the more Wang Lin felt like there was a layer of fog before him that he couldn't tear open. He calmly looked at Yao Shishue and said, "How were the 4 illusory caves distributed?" Tian Yunzi and Ling Tianho each occupied 1 cave, and the last one was occupied by the celestial cloud cultivation couple. Back then, my father's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he couldn't compete with the 4 of them. However, by chance, he found out about the existence of the 4th cave. In truth, aside from my father, everyone else thought that there were 3 illusory caves and 1 real cave. Celestial Cloud Cultivation Couple? Wang Lin frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. The Celestial Cloud Cultivation Couple were people from tens of thousands of years ago. They didn't leave with Tian Yunzi and company, but chose to cultivate inside the cave. That's why, aside from a few people, not many people know about them. I also learned about this Taoist couple from my father. When Yao Shishue got to this point, there was a hint of envy and melancholy in her eyes. When she first heard about the cultivation couple, her heart was in love, and there was always a dream in her heart. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel melancholy. Wang Lin pondered a bit before his eyes lit up. He stared at Yao Shishue and said, "Your father, the blood ancestor, should be here soon." After he spoke, Yao Shishue's heart trembled, but she revealed a surprised expression and said, "I don't know what you mean by that." Her expression was very natural and didn't reveal any clues. During these tens of thousands of years, the demon spirit land has opened many times. I don't know if you have entered this place before, but with the blood ancestor's power, it shouldn't be difficult for him to extend your lifespan. However, you didn't hesitate to let others know about the secret of the cave to enter. If there was no secret inside, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in such a rush. During these tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid your father, the blood ancestor, was unable to enter due to some reason. That's why you came this time. You're in a rush to obtain the right to enter the cave in order to prepare for your father's arrival. Wang Lin's voice was calm, and his eyes were profound as he slowly spoke. Yao Shishue silently looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, she revealed a smile and nodded. You're very smart. Not bad. My father is about to arrive. In truth, not only my father, I'm afraid your teacher, Tian Yunzi, the Delusword Sex Ling Tianho, and some old monsters on planet Tianyun will soon arrive. Wang Lin closed his eyes, revealing only a sliver of light as he slowly said, Is it because of the golden token in the tide? Yao Shishue's gaze toward Wang Lin revealed a hint of shock. It wasn't until now that she truly felt how terrifying Wang Lin was. This person's schemes are too deep. His previous questions looked simple, but as soon as I answered, I fell into his trap. Step by step, he unknowingly grasped a large amount of information. As a result, if I were to lie, he would be able to find a flaw in the large amount of information. This person is too terrifying. Yao Shishue didn't know that Wang Lin cultivated restrictions, so his mind was 10 times more complicated than it was now. His conversation with Yao Shishue was really nothing. Wang Lin wasn't afraid of Yao Shishue opening her mouth. As long as she opened her mouth, he would have a way to get the truth out of her. What he was afraid of was Yao Shishue not opening her mouth like before. Yao Shishue lowered her head. She subconsciously didn't want to look at Wang Lin's eyes and said, That token is called the Qing Lin Celestial Token. It is the key to the real cave. Only by holding it can one enter. However, all 4 tokens must be activated at the same time, and the 4 doors to the fake cave must be opened at the same time. Not a single one can be missing. Wang Lin asked, According to what you said, Tian Yunzi and the others still believe that 3 tokens are everything. Only your father, the blood ancestor, knows that 3 tokens can't open the real door, right? Yao Shishue pondered a bit and nodded. The blood ancestor's scheme is good. As long as the fake cave is in his hands, even if he doesn't have a token, he will still have the initiative. As long as he cleverly arranges everything, once the 4th token appears, he will naturally obtain the qualification to enter the real cave. Wang Lin pondered a bit. His eyes lit up and he asked, After the token is sucked into this place, where will it appear? Yao Shishue hesitated a bit and said, The entrance to the Tide Abyss is in the Fire Demon Country. Wang Lin no longer asked. His right hand reached out, and Yao Shishue was sealed once more and put away inside his bag of holding. At this moment, only Wang Lin was left in the tower. His eyes revealed a demonic light, and he muttered, So this demon spirit land has these secrets. My cultivation level is far from those old monsters, but why does Tian Yunzi want me to enter the demon spirit land? Thank you everyone for your concern. After updating, I'm going to the hospital to see my daughter. Chapter 617. Wang Lin silently pondered. The longer he stayed in the demon spirit land, the more he felt like this place was strange. First there was the portrait of a yellow dragon, then there was the 2 identical Mo Fei, and then there was the burly man that looked very similar to Ling Tianho. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, The All-Seer pursues the will of the heavens. Since he insisted on me coming here, he must have some other purpose. In addition, when I was on planet Tianyun, Bai Wei pointed out that a majority of the All-Seer's disciples that have cultivated for more than 10,000 years have disappeared. I just don't know if their disappearance is related to the demon spirit land. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding. Then his eyes became cold and he thought, No matter what, as long as I'm strong enough, no matter how strange this place is, it won't affect my Tao heart. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his origin soul continued to carve the scattered devil's soul. He continued to carve the soul into the depths of the scattered devil's soul, and slowly solidified. In addition, As the soul refining tribe increased, more and more people began to cultivate the soul refining spell. In addition, this place was an ancient battlefield, so there were a lot of soul fragments. Although most of them were hidden underground, as the soul refining tribe moved here, they gradually dug out many pits. Cultivating underground became a unique way for the soul refining tribe to cultivate the soul refining spell. This was only one of the ways to cultivate the soul refining spell. There was another effective way, and that was to go to the fire demon country to absorb the souls of the dead demon soldiers. However, only those who had some success in cultivation were qualified to go. Every tribe member that went to the fire demon country by themselves had to be personally tested by Ouyang Hua before they could go. The entire soul refining tribe was growing at an extremely fast speed. This kind of growth was happening every day. It was like a young butterfly absorbing nutrients in a cocoon. One day, it would break out and shock the 9 countries. In the eyes of every tribe member, the tower in the center of the soul refining tribe was a high and mighty holy land. No one was allowed to touch it. It was like a god. As for Wang Lin, who hadn't come out in 10 years, he was the ancestor in the hearts of all the tribe members. He was their protector. Wang Lin spent all day strengthening the scattered devil's soul fragment and placing restrictions into the restriction flag. During these 10 years, Wang Lin continued to deduce the 9,999 sets of restrictions and slowly closed in. The 1 billion soul flag had long been scattered by Wang Lin. The 100 million soul fragments formed a black cloud that shrouded the soul refining tribe. The howls of the soul fragments constantly echoed. This became a special symbol of the soul refining tribe. On the god-slaying war chariot, Wang Lin spent a lot of time studying the 5 seals on it. Back when he was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he could barely open one seal. Now that he was at the ascendant stage, he could easily open the first seal. However, this obviously wasn't enough for Wang Lin. What he wanted was the second seal. After the first seal was opened, the god-slaying war chariot could threaten peak late-stage soul transformation cultivators. As for the second seal, Wang Lin merely scanned it with his divine sense and immediately released strands of thunder. He was able to directly chase after it. Wang Lin was already prepared. He activated the celestial spiritual energy in his body, and it took him several breaths of time to grind the thunder apart. Through this thunder, Wang Lin determined that once the second seal was released, the power of the spirit beast would be extremely strong. Moreover, it was likely that the second seal contained the power of the spirit beast's thunder. It has to be said that the god-slaying war chariot was an item from the celestial realm. The creator of the god-slaying war chariot once said that it was an extremely powerful treasure. Although it was arrogant, with Wang Lin's hundreds of years of understanding of the creator, he at least believed some of it. The fact that this beast possessed the power of thunder made Wang Lin even more interested in the second seal. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell that the late-stage ascendant old man used under the Devil Tower was extremely powerful. Every time Wang Lin thought about it, his mind would tremble. The most powerful part of the spell was the Black Thunder. Without the Black Thunder, its power would be weakened by more than half. As for the second seal, Wang Lin was confident he could open it. However, after analyzing the power of the thunder, he found that once the second seal was opened, with the strength of the spirit beast, the beast trap would definitely collapse. The beast trap was something that the ancient cultivators under Tuo San had given to Wang Lin in the land of the ancient god. During the hundreds of years, this item had helped Wang Lin greatly, especially with the god-slaying war chariot. It allowed him to use the god-slaying war chariot, even when his cultivation level wasn't high enough. But now, as Wang Lin's cultivation level increased and the seals on the god-slaying war chariot were released, this item could no longer restrict the spirit beast. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he slapped his bag of holding, and the beast trap flew out. It floated before Wang Lin. There were countless runes and carvings of auspicious beasts on the ancient bronze ring. There were also a few cracks on it. These were left behind by the backlash from the spirit beast. Looking at the beast trap, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with hesitation. Without the restriction of the beast trap, he would have to use his own strength to subdue the spirit beast and use the method left behind by the creator of the war chariot to complete the inheritance. Otherwise, he would no longer be able to use this treasure. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. He grabbed the beast trap, stood up, and disappeared from the tower. When he reappeared, he was thousands of kilometers away from the Soul Refining Tribe. This place was an empty plain. Wang Lin tossed the beast trap into the air. Then his hands formed a seal, and he pointed forward. The beast trap immediately emitted a black light and, with a bang, turned into the god-slaying war chariot and landed on the ground. The moment the god-slaying war chariot appeared, it began to emit a dazzling light. At the same time, the spirit beast appeared. Its body was 300 meters tall and was comparable to a small mountain. The moment its red eyes appeared, it stared at Wang Lin and let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, it charged at Wang Lin like a small mountain. The sound of the air being torn echoed out. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he raised his right hand and casually slapped it forward. This slap was like a huge hand descending from the sky. It landed on the soul beast body in an instant and pressed its huge body to the ground with a loud rumble. Dust flew into the air and spread out in a ring. The entire ground seemed to tremble. The spirit beast raised its head and revealed a look of struggle. It let out a fierce roar as it stared at Wang Lin. Its unyielding aura suddenly soared into the sky. Wang Lin calmly looked at the spirit beast. Back then, when he faced this spirit beast in its initial state, he was unable to resist it at all. But now, he could suppress this spirit beast and make it unable to struggle free. Wang Lin grabbed the spirit beast with his right hand and bit the tip of his tongue. He drew a line in the air, and a red talisman slowly condensed. This talisman was left behind by the immortal who made the god-slaying war chariot. There were a total of 7 talismans, and once all of them landed, the god-slaying war chariot would truly recognize him as its master. However, 2 of these 7 talismans had to be placed after the 4th seal was broken. After the talisman was finished, Wang Lin flicked his left hand. The talisman immediately turned into a red light that shot toward the struggling spirit beast and landed between its eyebrows. The spirit beast's body suddenly trembled as if it was in extreme pain. It let out a crazed roar as its body continued to struggle. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he let go of his right hand. Once the spirit beast regained its freedom, it immediately glared at Wang Lin. Its unyielding aura became even stronger. Wang Lin coldly looked at the spirit beast. His hands formed a seal, and a black light appeared on his hand. He shouted, "First seal open." The black light flew out along with the seal and landed on the spirit beast's body. Cracking sounds came from a spirit beast's body, and a powerful aura appeared from its body. At this moment, the spirit beast rose from the ground and opened its bloody mouth. It looked like it could burn the heavens and earth as it opened its mouth. Wang Lin's body didn't move. He raised his right hand again and waved it in front of him. The wind turned into a palm that suddenly shot out. The spirit beast's mouth immediately shattered with a bang. Its body immediately retreated. As it retreated, its body turned into countless rays of black light that scattered in all directions and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's hands drew a line in the air, and 2 blood talismans appeared the moment the black light closed in on him. At this moment, the black light entered Wang Lin's skin. After entering his body, it charged toward his origin soul. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile, and his eyes released a bright light. "Origin soul, leave body." Wang Lin let out a roar and closed his eyes. His origin soul flew out from the top of his head. The spirit beast was grabbed by the neck by his origin soul and flew out with it. 2 blood talismans immediately flew over. The origin soul grabbed them and pressed them onto the spirit beast's forehead. The spirit beast's body trembled, and an even more powerful aura rushed out. This time, it was able to shake off Wang Lin's divine sense. Wang Lin's divine sense returned to his body, and he opened his eyes to look at the beast. At this moment, countless kilometers away from where Wang Lin was, at the border between the Fire Demon Country and the Gold Demon Country. This was a large mountain range, which was shrouded in miasma all year round. It was a place that neither the Fire Demon nor the Gold Demon cared about. In the depths of the miasma, there was a white city. To be exact, it was just a castle surrounded by white rocks that were 100 feet high. In the miasma, a mysterious feeling rose from it. At this moment, a black shadow quickly flew out from the miasma. The black shadow knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Subordinate greets ancestor. I have found the location of the missing Wang Lin in the capital of the ancient demon country 20 years ago." The castle pondered for a bit before a gloomy voice came out. "What is his current cultivation level?" The black shadow hesitated for a bit and said, "This." Subordinate didn't find out because the team that went to capture him in the Sky Demon Country was completely annihilated and there was no news. However, Subordinate found out that this person has been appointed as the Ancient Demon Messenger. Ancient Demon Messenger. Haha, the person the old man likes is indeed extraordinary. Send 3 squads and bring a celestial guard to capture this person alive. The black shadow hurriedly nodded and disappeared in a flash. Inside the castle, a very short old man muttered to himself, "If this Wang Lin is trained well, he can add another celestial guard for me. No matter how high this person's cultivation level is, as long as he hasn't reached the ascended stage, the celestial guard will be enough to capture him. I'm only 200 votes away from 5th place in the Xinxia continent." Chapter 618. Wang Lin stared at the spirit beast. After the 3rd blood rune was placed on the spirit beast, the aura it released was something that even he felt was terrifying. The spirit beast's body trembled violently, and the red light in its eyes became even more intense until it was 3 feet tall. Its body was originally 1,000 feet tall, like a small mountain. However, at this moment, as it let out muffled roars, the beast's body rapidly shrank. Cracking sounds continuously rang out from its body. Wang Lin calmly looked at the spirit beast. His expression was calm, but his eyes were bright. The jade that recorded how the spirit beast was unsealed had mentioned this. Most of the power of the god slaying war chariot came from the spirit beast. Every blood rune that was placed on the spirit beast could stimulate the evolution of the spirit beast. If this stimulation reached its peak, the spirit beast would explode and die if the seal wasn't removed. However, if the seal was removed too early, the beast's evolution would be interrupted and its power wouldn't reach its peak. In truth, the maker of the 3 god-slaying war chariots died before they could be used. According to his plan, the 3 god-slaying war chariots needed to be activated for the first time before they could be truly perfect. That was why the seal had to be removed when it reached its peak. Only then would the power of the god-slaying war chariot be worthy of its name. According to the maker's plan, after he gathered all the materials, he would find a celestial emperor powerhouse to activate the god-slaying war chariot for the first time. This way, he could ensure that none of the god-slaying war chariots had any regrets. In fact, he even said in the Jade Slip that even a celestial emperor would not be able to activate the 3rd god-slaying war chariot that he had created. The spirit beast's body continued to shrink, and the aura from its body became even more terrifying. There was wind blowing around the plains, but at this moment, it seemed like the wind didn't even dare to appear. The sky gradually became dark and no longer clear. On the ground, countless tiny grains of sand were trembling gently, as though they were being attracted by a mysterious force. Wang Lin's eyes were like torches. The aura of the spirit beast in his eyes had already surpassed the early stage of Ascendant and was gradually reaching the mid-stage of Ascendant. A few breaths later, the soul beast's body shrank from 1,000 feet to 100 feet. However, the red light in its eyes had grown to nearly 7 feet, and within this red light, there were wisps of mist. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he formed a series of hand seals. A dense black light shone from his hands as he stared at the soul beast. In that moment, the red glow in the soul beast limit suddenly shrank, and a frenzied, destructive aura began to rise up. The rate of its growth was too fast, as if there was a rapidly expanding sphere inside the soul beast's body. Wang Lin's eyes flickered with inference, but he didn't look away. He pointed forward and shouted, "Second seal, open." The black light flashed, and the instant the aura of the soul beast reached its peak, it landed on its body. In an instant, the soul beast's body stopped trembling, and an aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth stabilized its body. It raised its head and roared towards the sky. At this moment, thunderous rumbles came from the sky, and bolts of lightning descended. This wasn't divine retribution. It was caused by the soul beast's spell. As the lightning descended, all of it landed on the soul beast's body. The continuous bolts of lightning seemed to connect together to form a long line. The soul beast's body was surrounded by lightning, forming a sphere. Inside the sphere, it slowly went from standing up to lying down. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a beast that looked like a Qilin. However, it wasn't a Qilin, but a thunder beast that was even rarer than Qilins in the celestial realm. A silver horn slowly protruded out of its head amidst the crackling sounds of electricity. When Wang Lin saw the silver horn, he revealed a hint of disappointment. He let out a sigh and took a step forward. His right hand drew a few lines in the air, and the fourth blood rune was formed. After he grabbed it, he charged at the thunder beast. The Jade said that if the second god slaying War Chariot's second seal is perfectly opened, then the golden horn will appear. His body instantly closed in, and his right hand passed through the lightning to press down between the thunder beast's eyebrows. The timing he chose was the same as mentioned in the Jade slip. After a soul beast evolved into a thunder beast, the moment its horn appeared was the only time in its life that it would be branded. The creator of the thunder beast had intentionally left behind this branding period so that it could be used for branding purposes. The blood rune was imprinted between the thunder beast's eyebrows. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light on the beast's silver horn. Wang Lin was startled, but when he looked closely, there was no more golden light. The thunder beast that was imprinted with 4 blood runes no longer looked at Wang Lin with resistance, but it wasn't gentle either. It looked at Wang Lin for a moment. Then its body flickered and it disappeared into the god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the god-slaying war chariot was put away into his bag of holding. His eyes lit up, and he thought, that golden light was an illusion, but why is it like this? However, even the power of the silver horn is enough to fight against mid-stage ascendant cultivators. However, the demons here are easy to deal with. But if a cultivator can reach the mid-stage of ascendant, then if they don't have any powerful spells, they must have amazing treasures, or both. As a result, I can't say I can win against mid-stage ascendant cultivators with my early-stage ascendant cultivation. However, if they want to kill me, it will be impossible. If I meet mid-stage ascendant cultivators whose spells and treasures are weaker than mine, I can still kill them. As for the late stage of ascendant, it is too difficult. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Whether it was Rosefinch's son or the old man in black, they were both at the late stage of ascendant. Even if I use the Thunder Beast, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist the power of late-stage ascendant cultivators. Luckily, I have Ling Tianho's sword energy, so if I really meet them, I won't be afraid. Wang Lin took a step forward and teleported back to the soul-refining tribe's pagoda. The reason late-stage ascendant cultivators are so strong is because this is the end of the first step of cultivation. In particular, peak late-stage ascendant cultivators are at the peak of the first step. Only people at the same level as them can fight them. They're not people that mid-stage ascendant cultivators can resist, unless they have a heaven-defying treasure, like Ling Tianho's sword energy or the fourth soul in the 1 billion soul scroll. Even so, the fourth soul was still subdued by Rosefinch, and Teacher Dun Tian also died. Back then, the old man under the pagoda said that the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning spell was only his weakest spell. That should be true. Inside the pagoda, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position and began to ponder. If I had more than 1,000,000 strands of slaughter energy, the 1,000,000,000 soul flag, the god-slaying war chariot, and the underworld river, would I be able to defeat a late-stage ascendant cultivator? Wang Lin silently pondered. I'm not confident. However, with Ling Tianho's sword energy, if a late-stage ascendant cultivator really dares to provoke me, I'll have to use one shot of sword energy. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Next, I need to properly refine the 3 swords. It's a waste for these 3 swords to fall into the hands of their original owners. I've studied them before, and there seems to be some sort of divine ability within them. However, this spell seems to require a combination attack to be used. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 3 swords, Mo Yang, Zi Shu, and Hai Zhu, flew out. The 3 swords gave off fierce sword energy. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy that turned into a green mist that surrounded the 3 swords. Then he closed his eyes and focused on refining them. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, several rays of light came from 50,000 kilometers away from the soul refining tribe. Their target was very clear. It was the soul refining tribe. Among these people, there was one person wearing a golden robe that was surrounded by a golden glow. This person didn't look very old and had a cold and arrogant expression. Next to him was a young man wearing a robe as white as snow. He was handsome, but at this moment, his face was filled with bitterness. As he flew, he looked at the soul refining tribe with a complicated expression, and hesitation could be seen on his face. The golden robe man looked over and coldly snorted. "So Yinshan, what are you thinking?" This white-robed young man was the young master of the Xian Yuan sect who entered the demon spirit land with Wang Lin, son Yinshan. When he entered the demon spirit land, there were several powerful elders protecting him, but now he was alone. After hearing the golden robe man's voice, Sun Yunshan's body trembled, and he respectfully said, "Sovereign, this subordinate." Before he finished speaking, the golden robe man interrupted him and coldly said, "There is no need to explain. There is no need to explain. Since you have joined the cultivation union, you must obey. If it wasn't for your little sister's face, do you think you would have participated in capturing Wang Lin? This is a great opportunity to earn merit." Sun Yinshan silently pondered and muttered in his heart, "I wonder if the soul refining tribe's Wang Lin and the heavenly fate sect's Wang Lin are the same person. Alas, I'm asking too much. It's impossible for them to be the same person." In order to capture this Wang Lin, the ancestors specially sent out a celestial guard. There will be no danger, but we must be careful not to let that Wang Lin escape. After the golden robe man finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man in black at the end of the group. This man's appearance was ordinary, and from beginning to end, his expression was calm like an ancient well. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. Faint ripples slowly spread out from his body and fused with the surrounding space. His aura had almost completely dissipated, so ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to detect his existence with their divine sense. To be able to fuse with the world and turn it into nothingness meant that this person's cultivation had reached the early stage of ascendant. However, this person's ascendant cultivation was a bit strange. There was no origin energy inside his origin soul. Inside the soul refining tribe's pagoda, Wang Lin opened his eyes and a bolt of lightning shot out from his eyes. "Sure, San, we have guests. Invite them over. After taking care of our daughter for a whole day, I really don't have the energy to erupt. My wife and I are both tired, so please forgive me. Tomorrow, I'll try to erupt. Here are the monthly votes. Air Jin, please check to see if there are still monthly votes left. Air Jin wants to know if I can still maintain first place in the Celestial Martial Arts category in April. Air Jin has maintained this position for 6 months. During this time, I eliminated the military doctor, Zi Fu, and Su Xian. This time, it's the Celestial Gourd. I'm still 200 votes short. Fellow cultivators, please help me." Chapter 619. The group of people from the Cultivation Union stepped on the wind as they flew toward the soul refining tribe. In the distance, there was an endless black fog in front of them. This fog was too thick, not to mention vision. Even divine sense would be immediately forced back upon entering it. In fact, if one was the slightest bit careless, it was possible that they would be devoured by the souls within. Bursts of sharp whistles came from the black fog, and it was enough to shock one's heart. It was impossible to clearly see what was inside the black fog. However, this huge black fog that covered a radius of several hundred miles was enough to stop most people in their tracks. The man in gold looked at all of this, and his expression became gloomy. He let out a cold snort and said, "This Wang Lin's location only has this layer of protection. Once this protection is broken, it will be easy for us to capture this child." Beside him were several people. All of them had gloomy expressions on their faces as they stared at the dense black fog, unable to say a word. There was a hint of mockery in Sun Yinshan's eyes. He had heard a bit about this matter from his little sister. The old ancestor had sent out a celestial guard to capture this cultivator named Wang Lin. All the teams thought this matter was in the bag, so they all fought for this opportunity to earn merit. As for what the messenger said about Wang Lin's location being shrouded by a powerful black fog, the people fighting for this opportunity to earn merit naturally didn't care too much about it. They still believed that with the celestial guard here, nothing would be a problem. Sun Yinshan looked around him. Including himself, there were less than 20 people. Most of them were at the early stage of soul transformation, and only a few were at the mid-stage of soul transformation. As for the late stage of soul transformation, there was only one, and that was the silent Uncle Master Feng. Sun Yinshan looked at the white-haired old man not far away and felt a sense of sadness in his heart. This old man was Uncle Master Feng, his father's junior apprentice brother. The purpose of this trip to the Demon Spirit Land was to protect him. However, he didn't expect his little sister to secretly follow him. In the end, she caused him to end up like this. Even Uncle Master Feng's memory had been erased by the old ancestor, and he became a puppet. He had even been planted with an immortal seed by the old ancestor, so his life and death were no longer in his hands. It's just a mere black fog. It's nothing more than a bluff. Number 10, go break this black fog for me. The golden-robed man shouted. An early-stage soul transformation cultivator beside him had an ugly expression. He hesitated for a bit, but didn't dare to resist. He could only sigh and respectfully say, "This subordinate obeys." The cultivator clenched his teeth and charged toward the black mist. However, the closer he got to the black mist, the stronger the pressure that could shake one's origin soul became. There was also the whistling sound that was like a sound wave spell that rushed out from the black mist like crazy. He had a feeling that if he insisted on flying forward, he would without a doubt die. Seeing the cultivator stop, the golden-robed man's face flashed with hostility, and he coldly shouted, "Number 10, do you dare to disobey my orders?" When the cultivator heard this, he revealed a bitter expression. He let out a sigh and thought, "Forget it. It's time for this inhuman life to come to an end. If I die here, it will be a relief." He let out a deep breath, took a step forward, and charged forward like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10,000 feet. However, just at this moment, the black fog suddenly moved. As the clouds churned, a heaven-shaking roar came from within. At the same time, the black fog turned into a giant mouth that seemed like it could devour the world. It devoured the cultivator without leaving anything behind. In the sky, the black fog churned like a raging wave, forming a mushroom-like shape that continued to expand. The sharp whistling sound became even more intense and echoed between the heavens and earth. Aside from a few people from the Cultivation Union, everyone from the Cultivation Union was shocked. Although they were very far away, it was as if they were there. The sweat from their bodies soaked their clothes. It was as if the mouth formed by the black fog wasn't the only one that swallowed the incense stick. The eyes of the black-robed celestial guard at the back of the group lit up at this moment. He carefully looked at the black mist and revealed a confused expression. Captain, this black fog, The eyes of the person next to the golden-robed man were filled with fear. The golden-robed man's expression became even more gloomy. He pointed at the old man not far away and said, "Number 3, you go." The white-haired old man was Sun Yunshan's martial Uncle Feng. His expression was a bit sluggish, but he didn't say anything. He took a step forward and left. Sun Yunshan clenched his fists. He looked at martial Uncle Feng's back and felt his heart bleed. The white-haired old man took a step forward and arrived 1,000 feet away from the black fog. He was about to continue, but at that moment, the black fog suddenly began to churn and surge, and the speed at which it expanded increased. In an instant, the black fog opened up from the middle, and an empty path was formed. A cold-faced young man walked out. He glanced coldly at the old man, then at the people of the Cultivation Alliance in the distance. He said calmly, "My family's ancestor invites you in." The golden-robed man's expression changed slightly. "Number 3, kill him. If we follow this path, we can enter." That cold-looking young man was San. His expression was calm as usual. As for the gray-haired old man, his figure flashed as he charged towards San. However, just as he was about to get close, a gust of black fog flew out and wrapped around the old man before disappearing. This scene was like a hammer striking into the hearts of the cultivators from the Cultivation Union. Sun Yunshan's eyes were especially red. San reached out with his right hand and said, "Please." With that, he turned around and walked away. The golden-robed man's expression was uncertain. He subconsciously looked back at the black-robed man behind him and felt a bit more at ease. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Let's go and see what this Wang Lin is up to." The group of people quickly flew out, following the path in the black fog and flying inside. As they entered, the path behind them was gradually devoured by the black fog. Not long after they flew out, the golden-robed man stopped. His eyes were filled with shock, and his expression was extremely ugly. The people behind him were also dumbfounded when they saw the scene before them. What appeared before them was a large tribe. The tribe members all raised their heads and coldly looked at them. Countless people's gazes gathered on the people from the Cultivation Alliance. Even though their cultivation levels were high, they were still shocked. In the center of the ground, there was an empty space that was 10 li wide. In the center, there was a tall tower that slowly emitted a powerful aura that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Under this majestic pressure, everyone felt as if they couldn't breathe. Sin stood outside the 5-kilometer wide empty space and respectfully said, "Ancestor, the guests have arrived. Fellow cultivators have come with killing intent. Has Wang offended you?" Wang Lin's voice slowly came from the tower. Although his tone was humble, his voice seemed to contain a magical power that spread across the entire soul-refining tribe. As Wang Lin continued to strengthen the scattered devil mark, he gradually gained some control over the heavenly demon's sound. As the sound spread, everyone from the Cultivation Alliance, aside from the black-robed man who was the Celestial Guard, was instantly affected by the demonic sound. As Wang Lin continued to deepen the imprint on the scattered devil, he gradually gained some control over the heavenly devil sound. At this moment, the heavenly devil sound entered everyone's ears, aside from the black-robed man, who was the Celestial Guard. Due to the black-robed man's high cultivation, he wasn't too lost in the demonic sound. His eyes were shining brightly as he stared at the pagoda, and his face was filled with uncertainty once again. The man in gold's origin soul trembled, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He subconsciously said, "I didn't offend you. Since that's the case, then aren't you being a bit too presumptuous by coming to cause trouble for Wang?" Wang Lin's voice was gloomy. At this moment, all the members of the soul-refining tribe shouted in unison, "Presumptuous." These two words were shouted by all the members of the soul-refining tribe. They fused with the roar of the souls in the black fog and were even more intense than thunder. When the people from the Cultivation Alliance heard this, they felt like swords piercing their hearts. Their ears buzzed, and their origin souls trembled. Some of the weaker cultivators even had blood flowing out from the corner of their mouths. It was clear that their inner organs had been shaken and their origin souls were injured. At the same time, This shout also brought everyone back to their senses. The expression of the man in gold changed greatly. He subconsciously retreated a few dozen feet, and his face was filled with shock. If he was like this, then the cultivators around him were even worse. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. While they were shocked, they also felt like something bad was going to happen. Sun Yinshan's excitement far surpassed the shock in his heart. He was shouting in his heart, "It's him! It's really him!" As a man in gold retreated, he screamed, "Celestial Guard, attack!" After he spoke, the eyes of the black-robed man shined brightly. With one step, he crossed the distance and arrived above the 5-kilometer-wide tower. His right hand formed a seal, and he pushed down. This slap seemed to have the power to uproot a mountain. It turned into a huge golden seal in the air and rushed towards the pagoda. A cold snort came from the tower, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. He didn't even look at the sky as his right hand gave off a flash of black light. He reached down and calmly said, "Come down for me." With one grab, cracks appeared on the golden seal, and it collapsed with a series of cracking sounds. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly, and shock appeared in his eyes for the first time. He wanted to dodge, but his body was grabbed by a force that seemed to be able to absorb his life force and mercilessly pulled down from the sky. There was a bang, and the black-robed man's body smashed into the ground. Today, I asked my mom and wife to take care of the child. I didn't go to the hospital and stayed at home to write. However, I'm still worried, so I didn't write much in the afternoon. However, I promised everyone 3 chapters today, so I can't go back on my word. I'll try to finish before 9 and then go to the hospital to accompany the child. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.